never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned.
A deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be near as mediators from Qatar, Pakistan, and Oman coordinate talks between Washington and Tehran.
There's a conversation and negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran. How more ships can be able to go through there safely. There's no progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very short.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration remains optimistic after President Trump called negotiations Iran's last chance. More than 20 Democrat-led states are asking the Supreme Court to block the Trump administration's proposed limits on mail-in ballots. The states argue the changes come too close to the midterm elections, while the administration seeks new federal oversight of mail voting. President Trump says ExxonMobil and Chevron are making too much money, arguing profits are tied to a shortage.
When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public. And they better cut the retail price, the consumer price. Too much money. You surprised I'm saying it? I'll say it loud and clear. I'm not happy about it.
The oil industry says earnings reflect global supply and demand, while uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz continues to affect energy markets. The State Department informed Congress it plans to close consulates in several nations.
According to Reuters, the move, which is considered rare, impacts Canada, Japan, Indonesia, Cameroon, and Grenada. While the Trump administration has pursued the downsizing of some federal agencies as part of cost-cutting measures, there are foreign policy and national security officials who worry about reducing the nation's democratic presence abroad, saying it could open up more doors for adversaries like Russia and China. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A Wisconsin candidate faces questions over a Thanksgiving post.
A resurfaced 2020 social media post by Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong is drawing renewed attention after she was asked on CNN whether she still supports canceling Thanksgiving. Hong said the holiday can be meaningful for bringing people together, but also painful for many indigenous communities. Her campaign says she does not want to cancel Thanksgiving. The comments come as voters prepare for next week's Democratic primary. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Former New York City Mayor Eric Adams was greeted with a cold welcome in the Midwest.
Adams was recently in Wisconsin speaking in support of a proposed AI data center.
My name is Eric Adams.
The former mayor has been working as a business consultant since leaving City Hall. Construction of new AI data centers continues to be a controversial topic at local town halls all across the country. In New York, I'm Lizzie Radabali.
The prison release date of Sean Diddy Combs has been pushed back nearly a month following a July fight behind bars. The Federal Bureau of Prisons now lists his release for February 20th of 2028. Combs is currently serving a 50-month sentence after a conviction on prostitution charges. Oil prices have dropped a little bit. West Texas Intermediate, the domestic benchmark, is at $76 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign benchmark, is at $78 a barrel. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old world.
Alrighty, what do you say? In the blink of an eye, we are back. Just like that. Where did the day go? So once again, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone. Now, what do you say? We'll close out a Tuesday hump day. Midweek comes our way from time zone to time zone. We'll turn the page once again, 5th day of August, here in 2026. Well, great to have you with us. Hope your week's going well. Midweek. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. No complaints, another quiet night outside the secret bunker here in Southwest Ohio. And for consecutive nights, there's not a whole lot really going on in the big picture, weather-wise, around the country. Yeah, a few spotty showers in portions of New Mexico. Yeah, southeast Colorado, I see a little light rain in the mix there. Only areas we're seeing some heavier rain is kind of right there at the convergence. Northeast Missouri, southeastern Iowa, and west central Illinois. Nothing reaching severe levels. From there, you may find a few spotty showers again through portions of Iowa and southernmost portions of Minnesota tonight. In the southeast, a few spotty showers. A little rain kind of sandwiched between Columbia, South Carolina, Charlotte, North Carolina. But overall, once again, a good night to move in that freight around the country. Of course, out west, our heat dome continues to build. With red flag warnings, extreme heat warnings for Southern California, portions of Nevada, Arizona. Red flag warnings right through the heart of Colorado once again. And they have what they call extreme heat watches, now continuing to build further north as the heat will be gradually increasing once again, all the way into northern portions of Nevada. Could see some of that heat again. Not quite as excessive as we're seeing in the southwest, but it's going to be getting warm in the Pacific Northwest once again. So we'll break down our travelers' weather. AccuWeather tells us we will be facing a busy pattern with showers and thunderstorms through parts of the central and eastern states through the end of the week. Some areas once again may pick up a couple of inches of rain, and in some cases, that could fall in just a few hours. One area of greatest concern is going to stretch across parts of the plains and the Midwest through Thursday, including the Chicago area. A slow-moving front's going to be triggering showers and thunderstorms that repeatedly track from southwest to northeast. That sort of a setup can cause heavy rain to fall over some locations in hours. Some of these storms along the front could become severe, especially later in the day here on Wednesday, from the Texas-Oklahoma panhandles to west central Illinois. Downpours likely to linger across the central portions of the plains and the mid-Mississippi Valley, moving toward the Ohio Valley on into the upcoming weekend. Meanwhile, moisture increasing from Florida and the northeastern Gulf Coast, northward through the Appalachians and along the eastern seaboard by midweek here. Weather systems tend to get kind of bunched up in the east, with high pressure over the Atlantic, nosing westward, and a front crawling eastward from the Mississippi Valley, and a storm at the jet stream level just hanging out over the southeastern states. We'll see areas of showers and thunderstorms expanding northward from here Wednesday through Friday. After a rather dry, cool, sunny day in the Northeast this past day, where that sunshine dominates for several hours, highs climbing to the mid-80s to middle 90s here during the second half of the week, along with the uptick in moisture and humidity. That means the heat indices will be approaching the century mark in some areas. where you see the persistent cloud cover and thunderstorms. Those areas remain in the upper 70s to maybe middle 80s. Showers and thunderstorms will tend to develop in a south to north corridor along the western edge of an area of high pressure that's parked just off the east coast. Kind of like the setup over parts of the heartland. Repeated or slow-moving thunderstorms could bring several inches of rain in a matter of hours. Most of these storms developing during the afternoon and early evening. Some areas could experience some heavy rain at any hour, so that could disrupt your morning or the evening commutes. Either way, similar weather patterns have occasionally allowed weak tropical disturbances to move into the southeast from the Atlantic or the northern Caribbean. AccuWeather experts are monitoring that area for potential tropical development between August 8th and the 15th at this point. We've got more on the very quiet, as it has been thus far, Atlantic hurricane season. You know, they say if we don't actually have a named storm or hurricane in the Atlantic here in the month of August, it would mark only the fourth time since 1961 that has occurred. I don't know that I'd hold my breath on that, but yes, with the Super El Nino continuing to grow, suppressing activity in the Atlantic basin. Again, more details coming up here. And, of course, we've got to get the latest on the developments. Wildfires continue to rage in the Pacific Northwest. Some 65,000 people have evacuated areas. And, of course, the number of homes burned, official count is in excess of 700. But they're saying when they've had the helicopters out during some of the aerial surveillance, the number could be closer to 1,000. Just incredible devastation there. And obviously, the smoke continues to impact air quality throughout Washington, Oregon, much of Idaho. A lot of that smoke now drifted into Wyoming and on down into parts of Colorado as well. See the air quality alerts for that region of the country. Meanwhile, how we doing? Let's flip over who's checking in out of the box. How about the guardian of chaos? Morning, Steve, 68 degrees. A clear night in the former Constitution state. Another day back to about 85 degrees. Stay safe out there, drivers. Thank you for the ride. You got it. Hello to Marianne. As always, everyone have a blessed day. All right, there you go. Bob in Michigan's on board. Shorty, I-77 northbound, Statesville, North Carolina. 76 at this hour, Columbus bound. All right, today is Bambi's birthday. I'm not telling her age, but she's celebrating her 30th anniversary of her 29th birthday. Happy birthday, Bambi. There you go. Another day older, another day wiser, right? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. Grab the ring. A ring-a-ding in the spurs. What day is it? What day is it? It'll be official when Horse Feathers makes it so. 69 degrees, Harrison, Ohio, clear skies. Well, break out the binoculars, telescopes, I don't know, the bifocals. The stars are out tonight. And you could be a star. How about that? By dialing 844-844-3388. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits while we snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Keep it between the spotted and the solid. Watch your six. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Morning overnight drive crew. Steve Sommers, Kentucky Ken, and the Queen are on board. Keep it between the stripes and the solid. Safe travels out there. All right, good to have you on board, Kentucky Ken. How about Bill? Where are we checking in? Good morning, all. What day is it? 76, humid, a little drizzle here in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin tonight on the Pizza Shuttle Express. I see Hirschbaugh wants to get, 500 autonomous trucks? I don't know if the question's been answered. Who does the pre-trip inspection, the fueling, the opening, the trailer doors when the truck gets to the destination? Look at Waymo driverless cars messing up all over the country. Just wait till the driverless semi-trucks start messing up. All right, have a great night, drivers, and be safe out there. That is one of our industry headlines, what you just brought up there, Bill. We're looking at a potential expansion of the autonomous vehicles into North Carolina by the end of next year, they're saying. Plans to launch over 300 self-driving tractor trailers by next year, that is. Not by the end, but by next year. The same company responsible for the autonomous semi-trucks running those freight routes in Texas and Oklahoma, announcing they plan to dispatch more than 300 of those self-driving rigs in North Carolina by 2027. According to Spectrum Local News, Volvo Autonomous Solutions, in partnership with Aurora Innovations, is in the final phases before removing the safety driver entirely when it comes to the autonomous rigs running in the other two states. Now, the companies want to deploy more than 300 around their headquarters in Greensboro. The most up-to-date predictions estimate that the autonomous truck market will more than double by the year 2030. Safety standards for these driverless trucks were included in the Build America 250 Act. Now, despite the apparent success of these operating in Texas and Oklahoma, industry leaders still worry about the safety and validity of these vehicles for obvious reasons. Now, we're looking at black ice is probably the hardest thing, even for a truck driver. It looks like water on the ground, but yet it's frozen. How can autonomous vehicles pick up on black ice? According to the one driving instructor, pointing out some of the potential issues. This is a truck that's specifically built for autonomous, and not a truck where you bolt on or add on a secondary braking system and so on, according to the leader of Volvo Autonomous Solutions. Now, he says, we have a driver shortage, and with the increased demand, that gap might become even bigger. So we see it as a complement to what we have today. We're focusing here on the long-haul stretches where you have to be out for several days, sleeping in the cab away from home. It's not clear exactly when the trucks are going to hit the roads in North Carolina, and to date, what routes that they're actually going to be dispatched on. But yeah, we're talking territory now with definitely varying greatly weather conditions depending on the time of the year. A lot of elevation changes. You've got the mountainous areas through North Carolina. So there you go. Hey, we'll get to some of our other listening friends. Check it in here as we get the new day underway just ahead. Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Well, looks like Eskimo Mom getting the week started here. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day. Wednesday, whatever day. 33 days to Labor Day. 48 days, fall arrives. 81 days till Steve and a handful of others celebrates another trip around the sun. All right, finishing up a drop and hook at my store before heading back to the yard. Yeah, we'll do it all again later today. Clear, the moon is rising. Kind of a humid 70 degrees. Owensboro, Kentucky tonight. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 75 degrees. Went and hung out with Mom this past day, took her to lunch. Fixed her tail light, the bedroom TV. She couldn't get her MLB package, so I had to call Xfinity, get that resolved. Could not get her Big Ten channel or the Turner Classic Movies. Something about, I guess they haven't approved the new contracts to carry them. I think it's all BS. Now, I'm going to do a little research. I've got it on my Direct TV stream. Anyway, we'll load up this afternoon for Texas. When they get it all ready to roll, saw a story that New Mexico's having to close many of the boat ramps due to the low water levels. Yeah, we've got over 2 inches of rain in the last 3 days. All right, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yes, indeed. All right, there's thank you from our friend Matthew. I had a chance to catch the Reds game Tuesday night. Didn't get to watch the Cards game because I was over in Illinois, and we get the Hall of Fame game Thursday night. But NASCAR finally back this weekend, Iowa. Looking forward to that. 75 degrees, clear skies tonight in the best city in Missouri, O'Fallon, Missouri. Hello, Michael. Good morning. Good evening, all. Just checking in from the home 20, Salem, Ohio. Guess he was off Monday, Tuesday. Now it's back to the old grind later today. Looking at 68 degrees, kind of cleaning up around the house. Have a great day. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Josh, US 50 east of Dodge City. We've got to hit Kansas City by morning. In regards to the autonomous trucks, Buckeye Boy was apparently thinking along the same lines I was with, the mountainous terrain, the elevation changes. Just how are these driverless trucks going to handle going down a steep grade when the brakes go out? In addition to all the other questions about self-driving trucks, who's going to fuel them up? Who adds things like the diesel exhaust fluid All good questions, right? Meanwhile, news break just around the corner. Plenty of other industry headlines to bring your way. How about the stock market roaring this past day? Yeah, it's earnings season. I guess strong earning reports continue to pour in. Comments from the Treasury Secretary that we could be very close to a deal with Iran. Okay, either way on the news. The Dow Jones Industrial Average climbing over 1,000 points, 1.87%. The NASDAQ was up 2.3%. The S&P 500 up 1.7%. That was a record high on the S&P. Yeah, we'll break down more on the, market headlines, winners, gainers. A big day this past day. It's kind of watching the ticker when it crossed over that 54,000 mark. Meanwhile, news update, a service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says new talks with Iran are Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after officials denied talks are underway, while saying negotiations focus on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee is investigating Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller after allegations of abuse from his ex-wife, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats. Miller denies any wrongdoing and says he sought the investigation.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points, the S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the NASDAQ climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out blueparrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. SteveSummersOvernight.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit be-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Summers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Summers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Bring you an update. They call it, I think it's Speed Week there at the Bonneville Salt Flats, right? Racers from all walks of life. They're trying to set land speed records. Everything doesn't always go according to plan. There was an incident several days ago. One of those racers looking to break a 300 mile per hour speed, lost it in excess of 200 miles per hour. Hospitalized. They do give an update this past day. I guess his wife put out the statement. Red is his name. I guess well known in the circles out there, Bonneville. So we had thousands of folks giving us thumbs up, prayers, and messages, but she said Red is off the ventilator. The MRI looks good. He has numerous fractures from head to toe, but they all appear to be small. Hopefully, no surgeries needed. She said, thanks for all the prayers. Meanwhile, our friends at Hot Shot Secret, as I mentioned last evening, well, one of our Hot Shot Secret sponsored race vehicles. Update this past day. It is official. Ryan Boyle just broke the Salty Box Racing Team's own record and set a new world record for the fastest diesel streamliner on the planet. 328.285 miles per hour. I'm not sure how this all works, because he hit a record and then I guess they go back and finalize it the following day. But great news, Streamliner. If you're not familiar, it's not your typical diesel pickup. These things kind of look like a rocket on wheels. Very long, thin, like I said, looks kind of like a rocket. But that's why they're called the Streamliners. Do a little search, the AI search. What's the secret behind Ryan Boyle's success? Well, I can tell you this, right down the side of the vehicle, it says powered by science. That's a familiar term. Consistency and experience. Ryan is a familiar face in the racing world. Consistency and his experience in the field. He's always pushing to win. He doesn't stop racing. Although his exact secrets behind his car's performance are unclear, it's evident Ryan has a knack for fine-tuning his vehicle to optimize speed. Of course, his achievement in setting a new world record for the fastest diesel streamliner on the planet, obviously a team effort. As he mentions, the Salty Box Racing Crew and Tim Boyle, of course, sponsorship and support, Ryan's association with Hot Shot Secret, a performance products company, might provide him with the necessary resources and support to pursue his racing ambitions. I don't think might is the correct word. The word should be undoubtedly provides the necessary resources and support. So congratulations, world record fastest diesel streamliner on the planet. How about that? Pretty cool stuff. Hey, let me flip back over, see if we anybody else checking in here on our Hope Day, getting the new day underway. Okay, so Michael's on board. Good to have you with us. Of course, 844-844-3388. There's Phil, not Philip in Florida. This is Phil checking in. Morning, everybody. Gary said, I can't believe I just heard them say driver shortage. Yeah, their answer is autonomous trucks. All right, that's awful. Yeah, how are these trucks going to handle? Yes, the black ice. This ain't going to be good, he says. All right, I mentioned the stock market roaring this past day. Shares of Caterpillar, which reported better than expected earnings, rose by nearly 20%, before then retreating, still to be up about 10%. Yeah, the best performing Dow stock, shares of Amazon, were down 2%. Yeah, the biggest Dow decliner. Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, says we're in the talks with the Iranians. I think there's a chance we may have a deal today or tomorrow to open the strait and move towards a more normalized position in this conflict. That was an interview with CNBC. Crude prices thus falling sharply. Brent crude futures, the international benchmark, fell about 5%. West Texas Intermediate was also down 5.2%. So the yield on the 10-year Treasury retreating 0.057 percentage points. Market numbers, ups and downs, but there you go. Quick, headed to the very quiet tropical Atlantic season. We've been quiet since Bertha dissipated on July 24th. AccuWeather says we may see a couple of storms here in the month of August, but seeing none is also not out of the realm of possibility due to increased amounts of wind shear and dry air. New tropical development is expected across the basin through the first week here in August. But when was the last time we didn't have a storm in August? Back in 2022, there were no named Atlantic tropical storms between Tropical Storm Colin that dissipated on July the 2nd and Hurricane Danielle that formed on September 1. Yeah, quite a stretch. Having no Atlantic storms in August that year, that was an event that's had occurred only twice before since record keeping started, all the way back in 1850. So 1961, 1997, still the 1961 Atlantic hurricane season ultimately was a busy season, just not in August. There were a total of 12 named storms, 8 hurricanes. 2 of those reached Category 5 that year. On the other hand, 97 was not quite as eventful. Only 8 storms for the entire season, 3 hurricanes, and only 1 was a major that hit Category 3 that year. Now, the least active Atlantic hurricane season in the satellite era since 1966 was 1983, with only 4 named storms. So AccuWeather forecasters continue to monitor the southwest Atlantic and the eastern Gulf. They're talking between August 8 and August 15. We could have 1 or 2 stalled fronts and maybe some lower wind shear. Atmospheric conditions could become at least slightly more conductive for some development in the area. Water temperatures across most of the Atlantic are warmer than historical average. That can allow for storms to still form despite the hostile conditions being brought on by this year's El Nino system over in the Pacific. Meanwhile, we head over to somewhere, I don't know, heading out of Apple Turkey to Salt Lake City. Morning, Senor Heatwave. How's your week going?
Good morning, Senor. Well, just got started.
Get the new week underway, so on the road again, right? Okay. He did say something about where he said he's on this 550, where there's not a whole lot of cell service. I'll guarantee you that. So right on cue. Well, at least we know we got the week started. I'll have to dial this back up. Perfect timing there, Senor Heatwave. All right, let's move over to some other industry headlines. Last week, we had advised a multi-state enforcement blitz that was taking place. We got the official breakdown this past day. The operation targeting, looking for those illegal, unvetted drivers or unsafe vehicles. Yesterday, the DOT releasing the results for Operation Highway Shield. Now, this was last week. Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, and Ohio all participating. State police, inspectors from the FMCSA, as well as Immigration and Customs Enforcement and Homeland Security, all working together to crack down on unqualified foreign drivers operating big rigs across the country. So here's the breakdown. In just those 3 days, 51 illegal immigrants detained, including 21 drivers with non-domiciled commercial licenses issued by California and New York. 766 unsafe drivers and vehicles placed out of service. Arrests, 86 operators for dangerous behavior, including road rage and domestic violence. 36 violations for failing English language proficiency tests. And also the recovery of nearly $1 million in stolen cargo. What an operation in just those 4 days, or 3 days in those 4 states. There was a previous Operation Highway Shield that took place in Florida back in March. That resulted in 176 drivers taken out of service, 54 taken out of service for English language proficiency deficiency. So every life lost from an illegal trucker behind the wheel of a big rig is a completely preventable tragedy. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy said this administration will not stand for this. Our new partnership with Homeland Security builds on the president's progress to secure the roads, eliminate fraud, and restore the integrity of trucking in this country. I want to thank Secretary Mullen for collaborating with us on this mission as we continue to crack down on unqualified and unvetted foreign drivers. If you continue to illegally operate a big rig, your days on America's streets are numbered. They're putting American lives in danger. This latest wave of Operation Highway Shield, Homeland Security and our partners at the DOT have removed more than 800 dangerous truckers from the roads including more than 50 illegal aliens and more than 30 failing the language proficiency test. Yeah, as a former state trooper who has walked these highways at 2 a.m., I have seen firsthand the devastation caused when these bad actors cut corners or use commercial trucks as cover for illegal activity. According to the FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars, this is about saving lives. We're taking the fight directly to the corrupt dispatch rings, manipulated logbooks, unqualified drivers. If you're operating legally, we are here to support you. If you're cheating the system, on the other hand, and endangering Americans, Operation Highway Shield is going to be coming for your keys. Very good to have you on board. It's 844-844-3388. Hump Day coming our way.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Back in time over the years, Spaceman had talked about, I know he had several of his biker friends that participated in this particular event. It's a grueling challenge and kind of interesting, where a truck driver, 50 years on the road, is going to be participating in this. The St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund announcing that an Oklahoma driver, Navy veteran, lifelong motorcyclist, and third-generation truck driver. Alan Darling is going to be representing the organization in this year's Hoka Hey Motorcycle Challenge, raising funds and awareness for over-the-road truck drivers and their families impacted by illness or injury. First, a little about Alan himself. With more than 50 years behind the wheel, he opted to select the St. Christopher Fund as the beneficiary of his participation in what is known as one of the nation's most demanding motorcycle endurance events. For him, he said, the challenge is personal. Being a truck driver for myself for more than 50 years, I've seen the struggles that families and drivers face when an illness or injury sudden takes away their ability to earn a living. I'm honored to ride the Hoka Hey Challenge in support of the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund. Their mission gives drivers something invaluable during the hardest moments in their lives, the ability to focus on healing instead of worrying about how they're going to pay the bills. All right, I've witnessed firsthand the financial hardship that can follow when a driver's forced off the road. Darling will ride thousands of miles across America's back roads in support of the St. Christopher Fund's mission to help truck drivers focus on recovery versus financial hardship. It says his passion for riding started while he was serving in the U.S. Navy in the early 70s. And he's ridden some 122,000 miles across the country, along with his wife, Doreen. But here's what is the Hoka Hey Challenge. It's pushing riders to their physical and mental limits as they navigate thousands of miles of secondary roads using only GPS coordinates. Traveling approximately 500 miles each day while camping alongside their motorcycles. Participants in this have to complete every required checkpoint, as they call it, during what is anywhere from 12 to 14 days out there. It's one of the most grueling endurance motorcycle events in the country, they say. This year's Hoka Hey Motorcycle Challenges will be his first time actually competing in this event. So I guess quite the challenge. As I said, though, years ago when Spaceman was pretty much a regular caller, he was telling us about this, where you can log on and you can follow the coordinates of all the participants that are out there. It uses the GPS showing where they're at any given time. Founded, though, in 2007, most of us know the St. Christopher Truckers Relief Fund provides financial assistance, health and wellness programs for drivers unable to work due to illness or injury. They help to cover essential household expenses while also offering free health initiatives, diabetes prevention, smoking cessation, cancer screenings, all these things designed specifically for professional drivers. According to Diane Hutzel, who's the interim executive director and director of philanthropy at the St. Christopher Fund, Alan embodies the strength, resilience, and commitment that define so many professional drivers. We're incredibly grateful he selected us to dedicate this remarkable journey to supporting drivers in need. How about that? Every mile he rides will be helping to raise awareness that no driver should have to face a medical crisis alone. So all said and done, supporters can contribute to the fundraising campaign. I'm sure they've got the links there at the St. Christopher Fund website. And also they'll have the links there where you will be able to actually follow Yeah, that motorcycle journey. I'd have to pull up the website. The story doesn't say exactly what the dates of this year's Hoka Challenge is going to be. But pretty cool stuff. And I guess the biggest challenge of this is you don't know what kind of weather conditions you're going to be dealing with from one day to the next out there trying to compete this. News, a service of Industrial Injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a new round of talks with Iran is Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after denying talks were underway, while saying negotiations are focused on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee has announced an investigation into Ohio Congressman Max Miller. The Massachusetts Senate race fuels Democratic leadership debate.
A Massachusetts Senate primary is spotlighting a broader debate over Democratic leadership. Congressman Seth Moulton says if elected, he would not support Senator Chuck Schumer for Senate Democratic leader, arguing the party needs new direction. Incumbent Senator Ed Mackey also called for a broader discussion about Senate leadership as Democrats continue debating the party's future ahead of the November elections. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The world's maps have a new name to update. The South Pacific island, formerly known as Nauru, is now officially called Nauetro, after its parliament unanimously approved the name change to better reflect the nation's native language and cultural identity.
Leaders say the move is part of a broader effort to reclaim the nation's heritage and move away from colonial-era influences, which altered the original pronunciation of its name. The island nation has roughly 11,000 people. It's the world's second smallest UN member by both land area and population. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street set some records today. At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points. The S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at maketheconnection.net.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani is sidestepping questions on the future of crackdowns on illegal cannabis shops.
The mayor was asked if the newly appointed city sheriff will continue raids that began under the previous sheriff.
I think we're going to see a different direction when it comes to the kind of leadership that this new sheriff is going to bring.
Former Sheriff Anthony Miranda led the so-called Padlock to Protect program under then-Mayor Eric Adams. The operation allowed for police to raid unlicensed shops selling THC products without a warrant. Then in May, Mamdani announced Miranda would be replaced with NYPD whistleblower Edwin Raymond. Part of Raymond's duties include enforcing laws related to unlicensed cannabis shops. In New York, I'm Lizzie Radabali.
A new poll of black voters in Texas shows strong support for Democrat James Tallarico after his primary win over Jasmine Crockett.
Almost 9 out of 10 plan to vote for James Tallarico in the fall.
Pollster Mark Jones says Tallarico will need that support and more to defeat Republican Ken Paxton, calling that race a challenge. The murder trial of Dwayne Davis, the man accused of orchestrating Tupac Shakur's 1996 murder, begins next week in Las Vegas. Prosecutors have listed more than 200 potential witnesses. Davis faces life in prison without the possibility of parole if convicted. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.08. The highest average is found in Mono County, California at $6.81, while Floyd County, Indiana is down to $3.21. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Comes our way as we close out Taco Tuesday, make our way into Hump Day here midweek as we turn the page from time zone to time zone, 5th day of August. Yeah, so trust your week's going well. Good to have you on board. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Got some cloud cover kind of moving in. Now, depending on which particular website you go to, kind of conflicting information about even with a pretty good telescope, whether we'll be able to get a glimpse of the SpaceX rocket stage impacting the moon. And I've also seen some conflicting numbers as the time frame, but the latest, I guess the best information is going to be from the official NASA website. So that's what I pulled up, nasa.gov, which they say, using ground-based telescopes and some of their space-based assets, NASA and SpaceX are tracking the used Falcon 9 upper stage that's going to be impacting the moon this early Wednesday morning near what they call the Einstein and Bell craters. There is no danger to the Earth. Scientists are planning to collect lunar data and refine techniques for tracking objects in space, they say. It was January 15 of last year. SpaceX launched the Falcon 9 rocket and successfully deployed Firefly Aerospace's Blue Ghost 1 lunar lander on the moon to the moon under NASA's Commercial Lunar Payload Services Initiative. Solar activity and gravitational forces caused the stage's unplanned return to the moon. NASA and SpaceX remain in communication about the upper stage and the flight path. Independent astronomers first identified the trajectory using publicly available data. NASA's Center for Near-Earth Object Studies at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California that tracks natural objects that could pose hazards to Earth later confirmed this stage has a 100% chance of impacting the moon. They continue tracking it as part of training operations. Now, NASA says because the moon has no atmosphere to slow incoming objects, it's struck by meteoroids all the time. I mean, on a daily basis. Human-made object impacts are far less commonplace, but they do occur. The rocket stage is expected to create a crater about 60 feet wide and 12 feet deep and throw dust and rock outward as ejecta. Now, for comparison, they say a meteoroid with the same energy as the upper stage hits the moon probably about every 6 days. So we know the moon's surface is constantly absorbing impacts with the same sort of force. Despite the disturbance, observing impacts gives scientists a lot of insight about how the ejecta plumes behave, helping to understand the moon's geology and refine models that would guide future exploration and science missions. Now, NASA says it will obviously not be visible to the naked eye on Earth, but they're going to try to observe it in real time. The Meteoroid Environments Office at the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville will be using ground-based telescopes to image the impact. Weather and lighting conditions could make the viewing difficult, they say. Additionally, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter and the Shadow Cam instrument, which is aboard South Korea's Korean Pathfinder lunar orbiter, will be looking for chances to image the site before and then after the impact. Image availability is all going to depend, they say, on lighting, orbital timing, and the position of the spacecraft. And it may take several days to receive the imagery. All said and done, any data collected will help scientists better understand artificial impacts and exploration implications. Although unplanned in this instance, disposing of upper stages on the moon's surface is technically accepted as a safe method, and in some cases, can be the only practical option for some of these missions in low lunar orbit. Many operators choose controlled impacts because they can provide predictable, trackable, end-of-life outcomes, as they say. NASA is committed to debris mitigation, responsible disposal practices that safeguard the Earth and other planetary bodies. All right, so that's not going to be seen by the naked eye. There were some websites saying if you had a quality telescope, you might get a glimpse. There's a question mark as to whether there would even be like an impact flash. Yeah, probably not, they're saying. And then, obviously, there will be a plume of dust rising. You got to keep in mind just how far away this is all going to be taking place, right? So that's the latest. Again, I assume the best information directly from NASA's website. All righty, clear lines at 844-844-3388. Back here on the planet Earth, we see weather conditions continue to be conducive for spreading existing wildfires and the ignition of new blazes across much of the western U.S. right into next week. With some of the highest fire potential days in the Northwest. AccuWeather explains those drought conditions persist as the big high pressure holds its position before expanding into the plains again next week. Yeah, this heat dome's been kind of jumping around all summer long. But that same high pressure is going to lead to increasingly hot conditions with strong late night and morning temperature inversions that will trap wildfire smoke close to the ground. We'll see widespread poor air quality and greatly reduced visibility, with widespread highs in the 90s to lower 100s over multiple states, from California, Arizona, and New Mexico to eastern Washington, Idaho, and Montana. Another piece of bad news is we do not foresee any significant rain for the next 7 to 10 days in the Northwest. Now, they do say stagnant air does have some advantages for fighting the fires. While the light winds cause the smoke to kind of linger, reducing visibility, it also greatly reduces those flying embers that oftentimes are tossed miles away, starting new fires, and reduces the potential for chaotic fire behavior. In terms of new fire starts, the heat dome and widespread dry air should mean little, if any, thunderstorm, so the risk of lightning starting additional fires will be low. If more fires start, especially away from existing blazes, they're going to be likely human-caused, whether intentional or not. There's going to be plenty of tinder-dry vegetation. Now, looking ahead next week, the heat dome will extend from New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana once again, all the way back into Montana, the Dakotas, Minnesota, parts of Wisconsin, while temperatures begin to ease a bit in the Pacific states. Anywhere the landscape is dry, you've got the increased fire risk. While that shifting heat dome may bring some sporadic showers to the west, could also lead to an uptick in the winds and lightning strikes that could ignite new or fan existing fires. Peak season, wildfire season, August marks the peak season for much of the U.S. as well as Canada. Historically, the peak in wildfire activity driven by several factors: thunderstorms, temperatures often near their annual peak, vegetation that's had much of the spring and summer to continue drying out, especially where you have these storms with little or no rain. Lightning strikes are the main natural causes of wildfires in the West. Then the gusty winds can sometimes trigger fires but they require a spark, say, from damaged power lines. But undoubtedly, we, people, are the leading cause of wildfires, whether intentional, accidental. According to the National Park Service, common causes are obviously arson, which, of course, there has been an arrest in the case of that major devastating fire there in the Spokane area. Arson, unintended campfires, outdoor grills, prescribed burns, vehicles, and oftentimes something as simple as flipping a cigarette butt out the window, right? It's 844-844-3388.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What day is it? Did somebody say hump day? Yes, indeed. Hey, what's going on, Pappy?
Mike. What day is it? What day? It's not official, though, until Crazy Horse calls in and makes it so, Steve.
Crazy Horse. I like that.
Man, Steve, I want to let it be known for the record, I have never thrown a cigarette butt out the window, okay? That is how a lot of them start, though, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe back in the day, you know. What the heck happened, Steve? I'm out here looking at this half moon, and these daggone clouds roll in.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm thinking tonight is just going to be peachy, right? We're scoping out the old heavens, but it's spotty, so I mean it's not like it's total, but kind of put a bummer in things a little bit. Speaking of the moon, this ain't the first time they crashed something into the moon. You know that, right?
Not the first time. I'm sure it's not. No.
They done it before. Not that long ago, neither. Steve, now let's check this out. There's some scientists that came back and said it's possible the moon's hollow. Huh? What they said. They said when they crashed that satellite into the moon, it made a it rang like a bell. That's a fact, man. Unless it was false advertising, unless it was a leftist scientist. Trust the scientist, Steve.
Yeah.
Right? Trust the scientists. They're the experts. I don't know. Do a little Google search. Does the moon ring like a bell when struck with an object, or satellite strikes moon, rings like a bell? So some of them were thinking, kind of suggested it was hollow. Some is it possible? I don't know. Could be. When it formed 10, 15 billion years ago.
Right.
You know, there's different theories on how the moon was formed. I think there's some crazy theories out there, Steve. Let's stick with the one first that is probably the most logical. So when the Earth was forming between 10 and 15 billion years, I think 15 billion years ago is when the Big Bang supposedly happened. So, let's give it 5 billion years. When the Earth is forming, all these different mass objects colliding into one another, right, is supposedly what formed the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
As it got bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, created its own gravity, which sucked in more. But anyway, so I don't know, 10 billion years ago, maybe, when the Earth was pretty much in its shape, it was still just a big fireball, really. They're claiming another planet or another giant object of some sort, a moon or another planet, collided with the Earth and bounced off, kept on going, but all the debris, right, was kicked out, and over millions and millions, if not a billion years, all that debris formed the moon. I don't know. They have found stuff on the moon that supposedly came from the Earth, is kind of what supports that theory.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember what it was. But Steve, everything in the universe, right? All the iron in our blood, all the calcium in our bones, everything comes from the stars, the universe, including us, believe it or not. With a little help from the God above, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
it's hard. It's hard to know, right? I mean,
yeah, man. You could make it go, right?
And the more we learn about it, we've talked about just how vast it is out there. The number of galaxies, how far. I mean, the whole premise of eternity. I don't know. Is there an end? Because our mind
kind of blows your mind.
We can't really grasp, I guess, the human mind what eternity is.
I remember, younger in school, when we talked about the solar system, I'm thinking, man, that's pretty big.
Yeah, right.
And the galaxy, but I just didn't comprehend exactly how big our galaxy, there went a shooting star, see?
There you go.
The meteor. And how big just our galaxy is. I mean, there's probably some sort of life in our galaxy, some sort of life form, whether it's microbial or what, I don't know, but they're pretty sure. I don't know if government's keeping us from it, but they found some stuff up there on Mars. And there's some conspiracy theories that there's man-made or on them. You could say man-made, but species-made objects on Mars. The other theory is, Steve, that aliens created the moon and put it there as an observatory. Keep an eye on us. What do you think of that one?
I've heard some of those theories that they're actually living inside, like the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The dark side of the moon.
Yeah, right.
We don't know what's going on. Maybe we need to go back in the 70s and, man, excuse me here, Rumbler, but go back in the 70s, Steve. Break out the Devil's Lettuce and put on some Pink Floyd and listen to the dark side of the moon, man. What do you think? Maybe we'll get some answers. All right, brother. Here's the bottom of the hour. That's all I got. That's really all I got.
There you go. All right. Thanks for checking in, Pappy. Have a good morning. Hey, relatively quiet. All right. It's 844-844-3388. You see it every day. Motorists out there doing stupid things, driving dangerously, putting everybody at risk. Now the federal government's going to be putting up some money to target those drivers. More to come just ahead. First news, a service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime. Learn more at industrialinjection.com. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says new talks with Iran are Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after officials denied talks are underway, while saying negotiations focus on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee is investigating Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller after allegations of abuse from his ex-wife, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats. Miller denies any wrongdoing and says he sought the investigation.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points, the S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, here and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Q back at it here. What do you say? Email. So we got Philip on board. Philip, since I had to call out today, yeah, sorry I can't be on the show. Keep an eye on the moon. SpaceX is going to make a show later this morning. All right. Be safe out there, all the overnight drive folks. Yeah, so hope you feel better soon there, Philip. Philip won't be joining us. Well, meanwhile, speaking of the moon, just waiting for the SpaceX Eskimo Mom. Yes. Hey, good morning.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my phone call. When Pappy was mentioning about the moon's bell getting rung, there is something called moonquakes, actually. And every so often, either due to an impact of a meteor, or even with the moon, something inside the core of the moon shifting, or some of the heat dissipating, the moon will actually have their version of earthquakes.
Interesting.
And I took a quick look at NASA.gov's website, and there's some seismometers on the moon that was put up on one of the Apollo missions, and they are trying to keep track of that and see what the moon's doing.
Pretty cool stuff there, Eskimo Mom.
Oh, it is. I've always been kind of fascinated with earthquakes and even moonquakes or anything like that. It's kind of neat to see how the Earth kind of changes, or even the moon, or even if there's moonquakes help change the moon a little bit. Mm-hmm. But that SpaceX rocket's going to be kind of cool when we can get the images from it.
Yeah, it'd be interesting if they'll actually be able to get some satellite or telescopic photographs of that. So, So I guess the timing wise, I guess it's maybe about an hour away, if I'm seeing correctly.
Give or take a little bit. That's what I've been seeing too. I can't remember. It's like 20, sometime between 215 and 245.
Because I guess they don't have an exact time of impact, right?
No, and that's one of those things. It's almost like throwing a snowball. You just don't know where it's going to land, and you don't know how long it's going to stay in the air.
Right. All righty. Well, hey, thanks for checking in this morning there, Eskimo Mom. Safe travels. Hope everything's going well out there tonight. All right. So, primaries in the books. Yeah, this past day. Buckeye Boy said, I can't believe in Texas. He said, Talafrico. Actually, it's Tallarico. Talafrico wins a Democrat nomination in Texas. Ken Paxton better take this race seriously and start spending some money on advertising. I have a hard time believing the Democrats are being taken over by the socialist communist. But I understand it because this all started when people, especially young adults, started getting stuff for free years ago. Started with participation trophies, then free money from the puppet during COVID, being programmed by the education system and the legacy media. Unbelievable. Michigan was the one that many were so closely watching, right? How Michigan's primary could reshape the Democrat Party's future. One of the most expensive primaries of the year. I was trying to pull up the numbers because, the results are coming in. And here we go, Michigan. Yeah, right. Al-Sayed, that's the guy. I mean, as left can be. I mean, this is a guy that no borders, no police. It's pretty tight, but I mean, he's up by about 20,000 votes. This is the Democrat primary, up about 20,000 votes over Haley Stevens. So, and I think on the Republican side, it was Mike Rogers, of course, on the Republican side. He was the only one uncontested there. But I don't know how that could all shake out come November here. Al-Sayed versus Rogers. What do you say, Grump? Good morning.
Hey, how you doing? I think Rogers is going to wipe the floor with him myself. I think he's going to get I don't want to say wipe the floor. I think he's going to win it. I would say he'll probably win it by 4 or 5 points. The more that this Al-Sayed is exposed, the more likely is that he's going to lose. I mean, it wasn't a runaway with him. It was in heavy Muslim districts, but just looking at that, he he had to fight for it, and he took the young vote, which everybody knows, that he did. I mean, that's the way it's going to be. It's we had so many damn people that's buying into the socialism crap, and he's, I don't know if that guy's a socialist or a communist. He the way he talks and the way he speaks and the way he acts and everything, he acts more like a damn communist than he does a regular socialist. But it doesn't matter. Both of them are a stain on society that needs to go away, and that's what we're looking at. But 5 states today held their primaries. Now, but if you go back, Steve, and you look at all the socialists that's occupying elected office right now today, there's over 250 of them that is occupying some form of state, local, or federal office. 250 socialists. I mean, devout socialists. They claim socialism. They won on socialism, and it's a damn shame that this is this country is the way it is. But with this, but and it's the progressives. They've pushed all the moderates out of the way, and then when you look at the DSA, I haven't looked at it yet on their 990 or anything like that on as far as who their donors are, but I'm going to and see exactly who's footing the bill for all this. But you know, the one thing that we see with a lot of these socialists that's running for office right now, a lot of them, you know, there's several that's born here in the United States, but when you break it down society-wise, they've been pampered their entire damn lives. Every one of them has. It's like this Al Saeed character. You know, he's I think his parents were both. I think they were law professors or something. I don't know. Anyway, he, you know, this guy's had stuff handed to him his entire damn life, and I guess he figures that, you know, that's the way he pays things back, is to have everybody get something handed to him by some rich person. But you know, I think he's in for a rude awakening, as is many. You know, I think a lot of the people are just getting fed up with this crap. But you know, and then you look at the ones that came here. You know, Omar and this bunch of idiots that just showed up here in one day and they get educated here in the United States, and then all of a sudden they figure, well, hell, you know, I want this country to be like my country. You know, make it just feel a little bit more like home. And you know, this is where we always talk about assimilation. You know, the people don't want to assimilate anymore when they come here. You know, you can look up and down the damn highway and see all the trucks that's going up and down there with Pakistani flags and you know, Bosnian flags and every damn thing else flying on their truck. You don't see anything on there that's an American flag, very rarely. And it just it really just kind of turns my stomach. But this is, you know, this is what we're looking at, and this is what we're going to be battling for, you know, for this next presidential election. And it's the only saving grace that we have is these idiots that are born outside the United States that's running for public office right now. They can't be president. So that's one of the saving grace that we have. But I don't know. You know, and you look at this. I mean, break it down. When you see some of these, like that Thundar or whatever the hell his name is, that, you know, he lost his primary. Well, yeah, he lost his primary. He's an idiot. He shouldn't have been there to begin with. But he's another one that brought this destructive social and political ideology along with their economic policies that has, you know, what they left from. I mean, basically what they took off and left, you know, where they lived at before, came here. You know, he was from India, some province over in India. I think it was over around the Punjab area over there or something. But, you know, he left all that and come here, and hell, he's like, well, let me set up shop and we'll just do it here. You know, it's amazing how they look at this and they say, well, you know, actually it didn't work there because, you know, if I had a job or I had something good going on in my life, I'd still be in my home country. But nope. You know, so let me come over here, and then the first thing on their agenda is you know, just to turn this into the crap that they left, and it really gets you know, kind of sickening. But you know, I don't know. You look at their tone, and you look at the words that they speak, and you know, and everything, and I don't think a lot of these young people are actually listening. You know, we used to have a saying in the military, you know, hearing is not listening. You know, it's you're just hearing words, and that's all they're hearing is a lot of rattle, a lot of racket and stuff like that. And every once in a while they'll catch a word that might mean something to them. But they've tried like hell to run on the fact that a lot of these kids today that's voting for these idiots have just lived this unfair and unjust life. That these rich people, these rich businesses and everything, that they've worked their asses off, it has destroyed, you know, their livelihood, that they can't get ahead because the man, you know, the wealth is not going to allow them to get ahead. And it's just absolutely asinine to even, you know, to listen to this crap. But, you know, that's the thoughts that they convey. And this is, you know, it's been a bumper sticker for the Socialist Party, the DSA. And they, you know, that's the way it is. You know, they've really surged a lot, though. When you look at it, all the mayoral races and you know, all over the country, you know, they, it's like they're not really supporting a movement. I don't think they're supporting a movement towards socialism more than they are protesting a political ideology, like, you know, Donald Trump, like his belief that you get off your ass and you work, you know, and that's mine also, and so many. And they honestly think that that's kind of destroying their livelihood where they have to get up and down, you know. And this wasn't that well.
Let's get a quick time out here. We return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000.
Okay, we are back. It is 844-844-3388. All right, sorry about that, Grump. Lost our phone connection briefly there.
Not a problem.
All right. So I thought you were still there. Okay.
Yeah, you got to pay that bill once in a while, Stevie.
All right.
But man, I was saying that it's these young people, they act more like that this is more. They're not, and I don't think they are. I don't think they're supporting a movement, any more than they're protesting a political. The political views of Donald Trump, and that seems to be their mantra there. It seems to be their founding principles is the simple fact that our government, like I said, our government has allowed this to fester, and especially over COVID. When they sat on their butts and they got them checks and lived in their basements and just they loved it. It was to be able to voice their opinions, and now these idiots, born as is basically the podcast. Look at the difference in podcasts. Podcasts went up 48%, since COVID. It's just people were living in their basements and didn't have anything else to do. So let me get online and create me a little podcast and raise hell. And that's exactly what they did. Would it surprise you if I said there was 540 million people that listen to podcasts every day?
Wow.
It's turned into a $40 billion industry, and most of the crap that they sell is you listen to some of these socialists and how they react to things and how they talk about things and stuff like that. That's one of the reasons why AOC, that is dingy as that damn broad is, she was smart enough not to engage in any kind of debates with anyone, not public debates, because she can get on a podcast and say whatever in the hell she wants to say, and if a caller takes her call, that's fine. If they don't, that's still fine. They don't have to take her calls. You've been pretty open on your show. You listen to everybody, and that's something that's different than a lot of these shows, and that's probably what puts you in the top 100 is the simple fact that you gotta your main thought is to let people voice their opinions on whatever whatever they have on their mind. But a lot of these people are so wrapped in their own ideologies and their own partisan politics that they don't give a rat's ass what I think or anybody else's, and they're not going to debate me on it. And I would love to have a civil conversation if they know what one is with a socialist, and just find out why they believe in what they believe in. But you look at it, man. And take a good look. This country, Steve, was founded on Judeo-Christian principles, and every day they're attacking the founding. I mean, that's just the way it is. When you look at like AOC, take a good look at her again. I mean, she was 12 years old when 9/11 happened. A damn kid. She don't remember, anything about it. I mean, here she was playing stickball, and 5 years later she's slinging drinks or whatever in a damn bar, going to college and learning about all this crap. And then, they look at these radical Islamic beliefs, and that's what's ruled. That's what's, what I can't believe that is actually happening. When you look at a city like New York City that had 2 buildings knocked to the ground and 14 others ruined, because of what happened on 9/11, and yet they got the audacity to elect this Muslim that his beliefs are just as radical as those that was flying in the damn planes. The difference is he's not knocking down buildings, he's knocking down a society. And that's what pisses me off about that guy and so much of the other stuff here. But you look at, this radical Islam beliefs and stuff. It just, I don't know, man. And that's one of the reasons I think why they're running for office the way they are. I mean, it's just, the people that are voting for them, I don't know if they're just pissed off at the system that we have today and say, well, hell with it, I'm going to vote for the Muslim, because most of them are so damn young. They don't remember 9/11. If they do, they're apologists now for what happened from their little stints in college that told them that, hey, it's the big bad US of A that's ran around all over Hell's Half Acre, throwing their military might and their economic, stuff out here and there and got their name on every damn thing. And, get pissed off at the red, white, and blue because, they're the real culprits in everything that happened. These people were just reactionaries. And when you look at AOC, called them freedom fighters, and then you got Omar. Here's a piece of work. When she steps up and says, well, some people did something. Yeah, they did. They not, killed, thousands of damn people. And it just, I don't know, man. I tell you, it just, it's sickening to see how uninformed some of these kids are, and how they just sit in their basements and they listen to these rotten ass podcasts that doesn't do anything but bring this country down, and will not have an open discussion about anything. I mean, it's just not, it's not in their cards to sit there and have a separate side of or point of view, but, we used to have something in the United States called the Communist Control Act, and back in 1954. And, here, when you go back to the 1972 presidential election, Steve, would you believe that Arizona had electors, and candidates that were actually, voting for the Communist Party.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing about it is, I mean, that was adjudicated, and the Communist Control Act, when it was put together in 1950, it was done by haste. I mean, it was J. Edgar Hoover. He was one of them that stepped up and bitched about it. Number one, he said that, it's going to drive the communists underground, and then others thought that our liberties, our freedoms, and things like that, the right to vote for whoever we wanted to, they wanted to stop all that, because they figured that, hey, maybe these people could be convincing enough to get them to vote for them, and that would destroy this country. But, the Supreme Court ruled in on it and said, look, you could still deport people for whatever reasons, under Aliens Act and all this other stuff. And so they kind of looked at it in a different way. And I don't think anybody ever got, basically deported over it or anything else. But it's been just a pain in the ass ever since then that they believe that somebody believes that this is a right of the people. When you can step back and say, well, we were founded on Judeo-Christian principles. Yes, we have a constitution that, that basically guarantees every right that we need in this country and freedom. And you have others that thinks that we don't need those rights, that we need to live under a tyrannical rule of government. And let government hand out what they want to hand out to whoever they want to hand out, and that way everything's going to be equal. It's not ever going to be equal. You got people that's going to get off their butts and work, and you got people that's going to sit around, and those are the people that needs to either, go hungry or die. It's, just wither away. Quit feeding them. I mean, that's the way it is. It's, we help the people that can't help themselves. But the ones that I'm seeing out here that's voting for these morons and stuff like that and out here raising all the hell, Steve, are people that can vote. They take that right to vote to a different level. Theirs is a protest vote, and we talked about that several times here. When you vote for somebody else that you don't, that you don't like either candidate, you have this.
And I heard some of the actual people on the Democrat side this past day. Complaining about the Democrat socialists taking over the party, but they're going to vote for them anyway because for their adamant distaste of the Republican. That's so. I guess they're looking at it as that's the lesser of two evils. Hey, we got to pause there. News update.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
I want to give them every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned.
A deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be near as mediators from Qatar, Pakistan, and Oman coordinate talks between Washington and Tehran.
There's a conversation and a negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran. How more ships can be able to go through there safely. There's no progress made in those talks, but not finality yet. We're hoping that will happen very short.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration remains optimistic after President Trump called negotiations Iran's last chance. More than 20 Democrat-led states are asking the Supreme Court to block the Trump administration's proposed limits on mail-in ballots. The states argue the changes come too close to the midterm elections, while the administration seeks new federal oversight of mail voting. President Trump says ExxonMobil and Chevron are making too much money, arguing profits are tied to a shortage.
When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they're going to give some of that back to the public. And they better cut the retail price, the consumer price. Too much money. You surprised I'm saying it? I'll say it loud and clear. I'm not happy about it.
The oil industry says earnings reflect global supply and demand, while uncertainty over the Strait of Hormuz continues to affect energy markets. The State Department informed Congress it plans to close consulates in several nations.
According to Reuters, the move, which is considered rare, impacts Canada, Japan, Indonesia, Cameroon, and Grenada. While the Trump administration has pursued the downsizing of some federal agencies as part of cost-cutting measures, there are foreign policy and national security officials who worry about reducing the nation's democratic presence abroad, saying it could open up more doors for adversaries like Russia and China. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A Wisconsin candidate faces questions over a Thanksgiving post.
A resurfaced 2020 social media post by Wisconsin Democratic gubernatorial candidate Francesca Hong is drawing renewed attention after she was asked on CNN whether she still supports canceling Thanksgiving. Hong said the holiday can be meaningful for bringing people together, but also painful for many indigenous communities. Her campaign says she does not want to cancel Thanksgiving. The comments come as voters prepare for next week's Democratic primary. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Former New York City Mayor Eric Adams was greeted with a cold welcome in the Midwest.
Adams was recently in Wisconsin speaking in support of a proposed AI data center.
My name is Eric Adams.
The former mayor has been working as a business consultant since leaving City Hall. Construction of new AI data centers continues to be a controversial topic at local town halls all across the country. In New York, I'm Lizzie Radabali.
The prison release date of Sean Diddy Combs has been pushed back nearly a month following a July fight behind bars. The Federal Bureau of Prisons now lists his release for February 20th of 2028. Combs is currently serving a 50-month sentence after a conviction on prostitution charges. Oil prices have dropped a little bit. West Texas Intermediate, the domestic benchmark, is at $76 a barrel, while Brent crude, the foreign benchmark, is at $78 a barrel. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
All right, a new day underway as we cross over the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone. Welcome into Hump Day. All right, we kind of left off there. I'm going to finish up with Grump here of the whole mentality of a lot of these votes for even the likes of the socialist and communist in this country. Yeah, a lot of it is just no matter who it is, we don't want anyone that would be a Trump supporter or considered a part of the MAGA movement. It was an interview I was listening this past day. Fox News on the radio talking to a setting, I can't remember her name, who it was, a setting, I think it was House member there in the state of Michigan, questioning this Al Said guy, like if he wins the primary, will you actually support him come November? And then, of course, talked about specific questions about some of his platform, to which he said, no, I absolutely do not agree with him on this and this. And they said, so how can you support him come November? Well, because Rogers, there are things I disagree with him. So that's the mentality that you're going to support a communist because, and I think the one issue that Rogers was, I think he's like anti-abortion, and I think that might have been her main issue. She's going to support a communist because she cannot support someone that is against abortion.
Yeah, they have the stupidest, the dumbest damn way of thinking.
The rationale.
I'm not going to support, that razor blade that might slice my face, but I'll support that sword that's going to cut my damn head off. These people are just idiots. And we was talking about the, that Communist Control Act and everything, and they were going to actually tie that back in 1954. They wanted to tie it to that Internal Security Act that Senator McCarran come up with, back in 1950. And that whole thing there, I didn't know how much communism was being played in this country until I started reading about it. And, union heads, that was one of the reasons why they wanted these damn controls and stuff on there, was to stop these communists from trying to take over unions. And they had so many of them that was infiltrating unions and everything. I mean, literally, the heads of unions, we're talking about shutting down labor and everything else just to ruin so much of this country. And it was just, so they, the government come up with things there to how they can protect the American Laborers and Act and stuff, or American laborers and their their contractual protections and stuff. So they come up and said, hey, let's come up with this and declare the Communist Party here in the United States illegal. So they started freezing bank accounts. They started, doing a lot of different things. And then, they actually wanted them all to register, and the Supreme Court ruled that they could register, with the Justice Department. The communists could, but then they ruled that it would be unconstitutional if the members registered. People that belonged to those communist parties registered, because it would be against it'd be a violation of their constitutional rights. And we've been battling this ever since. And the weird thing is they, at one time, they believed that 20% of the rank and file membership of national laborers and, people that was in labor positions, they were communists. They actually, kind of were more sympathetic to the communist way of life. And it's, there is no other way than capitalism here in the United States. There is no other way than free elections and stuff like that. And I cannot believe for the life of me that these idiots that are running on this garbage of abolishing the Senate, having the Congress, pick the president of the United States, putting 13 justices on the Supreme Court. And I don't know why. And the Republicans ought to bring that out. And I mean, seriously, and say, if you want to do this, let's get it done. While we're in office, let's go ahead and get them 13 justices. Let's go ahead and add those. If you want to abolish the Senate, let's run that through under your, go ahead and write a bill up and we'll run it through and see how it sounds, how they want to react to it. And just to expose these idiots for exactly what they are, but they don't do it, Steve. They kind of sit on their hands and they're like, we're the better party because we're not going to bitch about it. You're not the better party because you're not going to bitch about it. You're the better party because you have better ideas, dumbass. When you look at capitalism and how people can make money and cutting taxes and get rid of idiots in this country, secure borders and things like that. Those are things that should resonate with everybody.
Mm-hmm.
But when you got these socialists that are coming up and they're convincing these idiotic kids, number one, these young people, how their life has just been, basically they've been thrown to the wolves because big business don't want to hire them. Well, hell's bells, when you look at it, Steve, and you got a plumber that's making $100,000, $110,000, a truck driver's making $90,000 a year, and some college idiot that's got a graduate's degree and basket weaving or something like that, thinking that they should be getting $300,000 a year, but yet they're getting $90,000 in debt and stuff like that from their school and not making a damn penny off that education. That's not, the government didn't cause that. Big business didn't cause that. Their stupidity caused that. Do like the rest of us. Hell, get a job where you're going to make some money, and whether you like it or not, you can it can be something, a stepping stone to something else. But I don't know, man. I tell you, it's just this country's really flipping. It's changing. I hope it changes back. I do. I hope they start smacking these kids in the damn mouth that are mouthing off to their parents in in restaurants and things like that, and letting them know, by golly, that the only way they're going to amount to anything in this world is if they get off their ass and actually do it themselves. You can't depend on government or some socialist to write you a check, because eventually you're going to run out of somebody else's money, and then where are you going to be? We're going to be just like the rest of these countries here that like Venezuela and places like that. And, the markets and everything's kind of being a little favorable now to Venezuela. They're opening up the oil markets. People are getting money and they're building stuff again. And, the next great thing, I guess, is going to be Cuba. If Cuba ever wakes up and says, communism isn't working here and we're starving, our lights is going out at 5 o'clock and we're sitting here in the heat and everything else, maybe we need to change our ways of thinking here. It's, I don't know, maybe we'll just ship a bunch of these damn young people down to Cuba and say, here, why don't you see how they're doing? Live the way they live for a little while. I guarantee you they'll be on a plane back up here going, hey, we need to do something about these idiots, these socialist bastards, because they're going to ruin this country, and we don't want that, So it's, I don't know, man. I tell you, it's frustrating, but it could be a rude awakening. I don't know, to a lot of them when they see some of the mandates that these idiots want and stuff. And in these states that are doing this right now, like Michigan, and in a lot of these heavily Muslim areas, and stuff, they're the ones that are, they're the ones that are driving the get out the vote, get on your magic carpet and ride it over to the damn polling booth. Cause this is, they actually think it's their future or something like that. I mean, they come here and they're like, hey, they don't believe in Sharia law. Do you believe that? They believe in this thing called the Constitution.
Right.
So let's vote somebody in here, by God, that's going to have Sharia law, or something. It's the dumbest bunch of idiots I've ever seen in my life, but yet they want the freedoms here in the United States, or they'd still be in the crap hole they come out of. But anyway, that's my bitch for the night. So,
all right. Appreciate you joining us, Grump. You mentioned Cuba, nothing like 110 degrees, 100 degrees in the afternoon, no air conditioning, no lights in the overnight hours. They're in the dark again. The entire power grid failing twice between Sunday and Monday this week. Over the past 60 years. The communist regime's mismanagement has forced Cubans to live through, now it's becoming more and more recurring blackouts, making it one of the longest-standing consequences of communism in Cuba. After the murderous dictator Fidel Castro took control in 1959. It's a completely dysfunctional power generation that pretty much relies on 7 obsolete thermal power plants, some of which are over 40 years old and haven't been renovated or replaced. The already dramatic situation got a lot worse and continued to get worse since the last couple of years. Yeah, after years without maintenance and renovation work, now completely collapsing. Again, more and more common. As of press time, Cuba has suffered 7 nationwide blackouts this year alone. 5 of those between July 9th and day before yesterday. And those are completely separate from what are the daily rolling blackouts. It's a daily thing for years that forces the people to endure upwards of 30 hours without power per blackout. The 2 most recent occur within 24 hours of each other. Sunday, this past Sunday, the grid completely collapsed late at night. Then, I guess, the embassy in Havana issued a security alert, saying the reasons behind the collapse were not known. The American embassy stressed that the increasing instability of the grid is going to lead to more and more prolonged blackouts, countrywide there. Well, let's see what's going on with the Plowboy here on a hump day. Morning, Plowboy.
Oh, good morning, Steve. Well, a couple, 2 or 3 other things, but thanks for going in that story about the Zeus, whatever it was, driverless taxi there last night.
Yeah. I mean, oddly enough, you brought that up, and I had that story. I didn't realize that particular brand was even mentioned specifically in it.
Yeah, and what I was really looking at was the damn numbers on how many they were going to allow in the next, 2 to 3 years, and that was I just can't hardly get away from it. It's just scary in its own little ways. But, good call again, good call. But Missouri got bad, Steve, got bad news what happened in Missouri tonight. Grump, you're going to be pissed. Grump comes from a good state of Tennessee down there that has no income tax. Well, our dumb bastards up here in Missouri had a chance today to vote it to repeal our income tax. They voted against it.
They
would
voted
rather not have money in their pocket and
they
have
voted,
spendable cash.
I mean, what was the trade-off? The trade-off was, so you're going to not have state tax withheld from your paycheck every payday, but they're going to then put it on higher fuel tax or higher sales tax or something along that line.
They could put it elsewhere, but yet I think they could have worked that out and not been all that bad, to tell you the truth. But every damn union up here in the Kansas City, Missouri area was making it look like it was the worst thing. Kind of like what Grump said, the socialists taking over. But and when you're all we're talking about what's going up there in Michigan, the one I'm looking at is going to be next week. I want her to get her ass handed to her. In 5 different pieces. And that's at Francesca Wong, however you pronounce her damn name. She's running for governor. She's against everything that's American, Steve. Everything. Thanksgiving Day. I forget how many different days she's trying and wanting to repeal. And it's about the craziest damn thing I've ever heard of. Everything that we have had in our past, in our life, they're wanting to throw out the back door. It's wrong. I can't see a right thing about it, sir.
But she's got supporters.
And yep. I can't imagine how she ever made it in the Wisconsin State House, but she did. So let's just say her next step can't be. But next Tuesday night, God, I hope our ass is out of the door. But Grump, here's one thing. I'll look at what you just said, sir, about AOC being a 12-year-old little bitch and coming out and saying that they're freedom fighters. Steve, pat yourself on the back. Pat yourself on the back. Stephen, If you're in your patrol car tonight, pat yourself on your back, please, sir, and thank you. Because you went on the line. Sit, whatever. She's taken up for the wrong side.
Right.
And I mean, this is absolutely crazy, Steve. I mean, who'd ever would have thought it? Then you got Bernie the dumb Sanders pushing a 32-hour work week for a pay of 40 hours. This craziness that this social left communist bunch is trying to put out is about to drive me insane just because I can't figure out where it's going to work, sir. Can't. But I don't know. Other than that, we got a pretty decent night out, upper 70s, a little bit of a light breeze, but I guess it's talking about storms here tomorrow. But other than that, that's
all right. Well, good to hear from you.
Think of her right now, there, sir. I appreciate it, my friend.
Thanks for checking in. There you go, Plowboy. So, kind of surprised by that in Missouri, defeating the people had their say. So, I guess they want to leave it as is, leave the status quo, continue taking the money out of a paycheck. That's very surprising. Well, I did mention you see it every day out there. People doing stupid things behind the wheel. Government looking to target those drivers, whether it's cars flying through traffic well over the speed limit or drivers distracted by their phone. Dangerous driving behavior has become a deadly problem all over the country. Several studies have found that passenger vehicles were responsible for more than half of serious or fatal crashes involving large trucks. Estimates range anywhere from 56 to nearly 70%, again, caused by the automobiles. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, more than 3,000 people lost their lives because of distracted driving in 2024. Now, that number balloons to more than 11,000 in speeding-related crashes. Dangerous driving behavior, we really saw things ramping up out of control, especially toward the beginning of the COVID, when the lockdowns were taking place. Everybody's working from home, and many believing that open roads from the pandemic-induced increase in remote work invited riskier driving. Since then, traffic fatalities have dropped, but are still well above pre-pandemic levels. The Highway Traffic Safety Administration's new initiative, the Traffic Enforcement Grant Program, looks to address that problem. They recently announced $20 million available to traffic safety enforcement projects around the country. Funding would go toward programs that tackle some of those dangerous driving behaviors. Speeding, aggressive driving, drug or alcohol impaired, occupant protection, distracted driving. They're looking for new, innovative approaches, they say, to address dangerous driving behavior. What that looks like, according to the Landline report, is not really clear, but some examples might include using crash data to decide where and when police should conduct traffic enforcement, law enforcement training and education, working with communities and private companies to encourage safer driving, using data and technology, including in-vehicle technology, to identify and reduce dangerous driving. Administrator Jonathan Morris said, "We know that to reduce traffic fatalities, we have to equip agencies with modern, scalable tools. This new funding allows us to test and validate some of the next generation enforcement models. that will become the proven safety countermeasures of tomorrow, using technology to stop risky driving behaviors before they lead to tragedy on the roadways. All right, news break just around the corner. Brain Dead going to be checking in here. A little time for some sports talk tonight. Absolutely. I don't know if you've seen the video, which I had come across it on several, scrolling through like Facebook this past evening. It's out of Ukraine. It's a Russian drone. You're talking about the size of one of those, little everyday common drones that we can all, everybody and their brother has a drone nowadays. But they're using these to individually target mostly military people. But in this case, it was like a street vendor. It's all caught on the video. The drone he's running around his truck trying to get away. And toward the end of the video, this drone swoops down. And you would think he was blown to pieces. It looked like a definitely fatal. Believe it or not, they're saying that the good news, the Ukrainian fruit vendor, that this video lasted about 40 seconds. He actually survived. A newly released photograph showing him alive, receiving medical treatment. Later sitting outside with visible injuries as he begins the road to recovery, though. But the fact that he is alive is unbelievable. When I saw the video, I thought it had to be. He's dead. After running around the fruit stand, trying to get away from the drone, that explosion, of course, to everyone else, looked like it had to be fatal, but he actually lived. The images of the injuries serve as a reminder of just how close he did come to losing his life. But imagine the psychological trauma. What's going through your mind? You see that the drone is trying to get me, and it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says new talks with Iran are Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after officials denied talks are underway, while saying negotiations focus on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee is investigating Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller after allegations of abuse from his ex-wife, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats. Miller denies any wrongdoing and says he sought the investigation.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points, the S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, promise we get to Brain Dead here. Well, I guess kind of like your second Friday of the week.
Yeah, buddy. Hey, what's this I heard Pappy going on about the moon being hollow? Did I hear this right?
There was who was it? Buckeye Boy, man. I've seen it myself. Yeah, that there was a movie made about the moon housing an ancient human-created terraforming. Yeah, artificial intelligence-controlled machine, yes.
For a minute there, I thought I was listening to the Art Bell show, then I had to do a double take. Go, no, Pat's been in the powder sugar again, sniffing it.
You're not the only one. I think a cookie joined. She said, I thought I was listening to Coast for a minute there.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, we all know, Pappy, you know, lay out the powdered sugar, brother. You know, go right to the sprinkles, just skip the powdered sugar, so. Did you happen to see the host cities are PO'd at FIFA right now for the World Cup?
I did not know what's going on.
Well, they say that they're owed money from FIFA, from the World Cup, from hosting the World Cup. And they've not been paid. And they are wanting their money. And I saw something in the Athletic today when I was sitting there just bebopping around the interwebs, and it said that the city of Kansas City collected about $90 million in tax money. Did you see that? All the revenue they brought in?
I knew it was going to be big bucks, but
that is not what FIFA kicked in. FIFA is supposed to kick in another, what was it? I think like 5 or 10 million. I could be wrong on the amount, but don't hold me to it. But yeah, just let's just say it don't surprise me none. And it doesn't surprise me too, because remember last night you were talking about the whole IHRA. You remember all this story?
Yeah, what a mess that turned into.
Well, it just kind of shows you Elon Musk nothing but a scumbag. I mean, he's a sleazeball. I mean, this guy should have known you don't do business with somebody like Elon Musk. And no offense to anybody about this. If you like him, hey, that's fine. Don't worry about it. But do you remember the trucking company that is still owed money for doing work in Nashville about that boring where they're building that tunnel around Nashville? Did you see that?
I remember seeing some of the controversy. I mean, did they never get paid?
As far as I know, they've not been paid. Now, don't hold me to that.
Yeah.
You've got that whole Google machine firing up right now. But still, though, I wouldn't do business. I mean, quite frankly, there's got to be other stories to this. There's got to be other sides to it. But at the end of the day, though, it's bad business. I mean, the story that I read about that company is the reason they were not the trucking company was not being paid is because of quote unquote misfiled invoices. How do you mistakenly misfile an invoice? I mean, why are you waiting so long to say that it's being a misfiled invoice? I don't get it. Maybe it's me, but still.
So kind of like me saying to the IRS, I never got that. I never got that bill. I didn't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Maybe. Hey, that tax doctor fella, he could probably help you out with that tax bill system.
Right.
But no, did you happen to hear the good news that happened yesterday in the world of NASCAR?
Probably not.
Well, I figured that much. You've been sleeping all that. But now they announced their winners of the Heroes Pass. They had 250 lifetime passes that were given out to active soldiers and the veterans. And let's just say if you can watch some of the video, it'll kind of make you really put NASCAR in a better light. But I guess silly season is starting to really ramp up. Really starting to ramp up. Does the name Tommy Baldwin ring a bell?
I recognize the name, but you'll have to refresh my memory.
He was the one that helped started the Dodge program back in, what was that, 06, 07, somewhere in that area. Don't hold me to the whole, what year Dodge got started, but he was the one that helped get Dodge started. Well, apparently last weekend, he departed Rick Ware Racing. He said it was just an amicable split, no hatred, no animosity, just, hey, look, we're going in different directions. I'm out of here to see you. Well, the rumor is he's about to head back to Colleague and head the Dodge program in 2027. And from what I've been hearing, Dodge is really close to being coming back. Really close. It's really going to be interesting to see. But also, too, it's interesting to see is Rick Ware. The rumor also is that Rick Ware himself is folding. And Tommy Baldwin jumped before Rick Ware folded. Now, if, and I'm using that key word, if they do fold, they have the one charter that will be up for sale. they're saying that charter can go north of $100 million, between $100 and $150 million. So when you step back and think about it, that lawsuit that Michael Jordan and them brought really helped out the whole sport, didn't it?
Yeah, right.
Well, I mean, when you think about it, Stewart Haas sold their charters at $40 million apiece, and if Rick Ware folds up, he's selling his at 100 to 150. That's a hell of a, you got what, 100% plus then some on your game. I mean, that really says something there. But
yeah.
But they're saying that Penske will probably get that charter because they're running that third car, the open car, next year, I believe, because the charters are non-existent. And also, too, Junior Motorsports is been rumored to get that charter too. But with the price tag being so high, you got to really have the deep pocket investors like what Legacy is going through. Legacy, I don't know. I think they spent $40 million on their charter from Rick Ware and all that lawsuit there. But also, too, speaking of Legacy, that third car, there are rumors going around that Riley Herbst is going to run that car. Now, let me jump back to Kaulig for a minute. AJ Allmendinger and Ty Dillon are returning to Kaulig, but Josh Berry has also been rumored to take one of those seats.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting to see that when Ryan Preece had his option picked up. The other one to look at is Cole Custer. We've not been talking about him, but over at Haas, they've not announced if Cole Custer's coming back next year or not. And we have 4 races to go till we hit the chase, the playoffs. So anything's possible. But the big prize on the line is who's going to take Kyle Busch's ride. That's going to be the one to watch. And speaking of ones to watch, did you see the interview that Kyle Larson did this past week, or probably no?
No, sir.
Alex Bowman's retiring next year, and the whole Kyle Larson, the whole retirement came up in the interview, and he said that he wanted to get a sprint car championship by the time he's 40, but when he gets to 40, it's going to be 2032 or 2031, 2032. That's when his contract with Hendrick is out. So does he go and run sprint cars and run 80 to 90 races a year, or does he kind of just slow down and spend time with the kids? Because, those kids grow up fast, don't they?
No doubt about it. That is for sure.
No. Oh, yeah. Speaking of growing up fast, Justin Marks also said in an interview, too, separate interview, he said, Carson Hocevar is what NASCAR needs to get back to the 90s. Because you remember, Dale Earnhardt, Jeff Gordon was the rivalry. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, either on one side or the other. And it's kind of like, in a month from now, we're going to be back to college football. Can you believe a month from now it's going to be college football, buddy?
And NFL training camp underway. That means fall is not too far away.
Yeah, and then we get winter and snow and more snow and snow on top of snow. So, but no, and Justin Marks is right. If you want to bring people back, this is what needs to happen. Hocevar was at not Indy, at Rockingham or Wilkesboro before. He was sitting there like, hey, look, bring me your rival shirt. Bring me, your driver's T-shirt, and I'll exchange it for one of mine. This is what NASCAR needs. This is what NASCAR really needs to be doing, because Earnhardt did all of that, and even and Gordon did some of that. I mean, this is what we're going to have to do to get back there, because it was the beating and the banging. It was the rubbing on one another. It was, trying to see who could get out front and stay out front. But did you see the schedules being released a little bit?
I must be totally out of date.
Well, have you been hanging out with Pappy at the donut shop, eating sniffing them powdered sugar off the donuts again? I mean, come on. Now, he's a bad influence. But, hey, I did email you a good influence, though, a good heartwarming story from earlier. But the Clash is going to be sponsored by Weekly Vodka for next year. That date is set in stone. That is on the NASCAR.com schedule. The only question mark I have in my mind about the Clash is they're running it the Saturday before the 500. So what are the teams and the crews going to do the rest of the week down there? I mean, you're going to be paying for hotel rooms that are going to be, what, $400 a night? And you got to have what? I don't know how many rooms you're going to have, but meals and all of the costs. Yeah. They really need to do this on a Wednesday night or do it before the ARCA race on a Friday. You know, just do it at that time. But realistically, though, I'd like to see them take it to the Nashville Fairgrounds. You know, it's a hit or miss shot with Bowman Gray, but you know, I mean, I just want to know how the format's going to run out. I mean, is it going to be like the old format where you run 20 laps, you take a 10-minute break, and then you run 50 again? Or who all is going to be involved? Is it going to be the Clash winners from the previous and the pole winners? Because that's the way it needs to go. I mean, if we're going to go back to the history, the way that we were back in the 90s, that's the way it needs to go. But, you know, there's another rumor that they're talking about moving the Bristol night race to August from September. Now, this makes perfect sense because what is the number one team on Saturdays in Tennessee? The Volunteers, right?
Absolutely.
So if you're going to run the Saturday night Bristol race, myself, I get kind of confused. Do I watch the football game or do I watch the race? You know, it gets kind of confusing. But I really could see them that. But they're saying that other tracks going to be bumped out of the chase next year is Darlington and Gateway. And Watkins Glen is supposed to be coming in from what I've heard. But also Richmond and New Hampshire are supposed to be coming in. Also, too, the street course at the Navy base are going to be coming in. Is going to be held again. The dates are to be unknown. And Chicago, they're still working that one out. Is it going to be at the Speedway? Is it going to be the street course? Because I know you love the street courses like I do. Yeah. But North Wilkesboro is scheduled to be rumored where the All-Star race is going to be. And Rockingham is unknown. I mean, look at what's going on with the IHRA president feller that's, you know. I mean, and then even then, I mean, SMI's got the money to buy up the track, though. I mean, still, but speaking of that, has our buddy Rick Friend checked in lately?
I do believe he has.
I need to ask him a question if he's listening. I've heard a rumor, and I know y'all are closer to Cincinnati than what I am. I've heard a rumor that the Cincinnati Reds picked up a new corporate sponsor. Is this true?
Well, who might that be?
Depends Undergarments. Bye to me.
Thank you much. I knew he'd say something like that. Hey, but it's Iowa this weekend. That apparently it's grown into one of the premier short tracks. And believe it or not, they're saying, I'm not sure what seating capacity there is, again, being a short track, but supposedly it's sold out. Their profile rising even further after they landed the Cup Series. The Iowa Corn 350, which is the next race on the schedule. Yeah, Iowa Speedway has kind of cemented their place on the sport's biggest stage. The venue received another major boost. Officials unveiled a multi-million-dollar investment aimed at securing the long-term future in NASCAR. I guess reported this past day, $20 million in upgrades after they locked in another cup race for next season. The Speedway president announcing at the city council meeting that the investment will modernize multiple areas of the facility, reinforcing this venue on NASCAR's schedule. And he shared that NASCAR is expected to announce the third consecutive sellout for this weekend's Cup event there at Iowa Speedway. Yeah, obviously, back-to-back sellouts have strengthened their case as one of the most successful recent additions to the NASCAR series. All right, good luck there. Well, third time's a charm. What do you say, Senor Heatwave?
Well, good morning, Senor. Well, let's try this again. So how far did I get into my first phone call before I got cut off?
You got about to that point. Well, good morning. Boop, you were gone.
Damn.
That was about it.
There you go. Well, yeah, we're doing this Salt Lake City run again this week, and next week maybe someone else will get the bid and grab it and run with the wind. Now, last Friday night, Thursday night, Friday morning, I was heading up to Salt Lake and broke down. Damn sensor for the transmission just went absolutely ape, you know what, crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And I stopped at an Allsup's fuel stop there in Cuba, Cuba, New Mexico. Yeah, I was there for about 2.5 hours waiting for the wrecker, and they brought me back to Albuquerque, so I had a long 4-day vacation. So, anyways, yeah, you know, the autonomous trucks that we're all been talking about.
Yes.
You know, if something happens to where there is a severe injury or a loss of life, I am sure the families of those victims will be suing the ever living, you know what, out of these companies, the manufacturer and the company that's using these. That's going to eclipse the nuclear verdict that was against Werner. I just know it. You know, and I'm sure that, you know, if anything happens to me, the Lady Heatwave, she is going to get up and she is going to do exactly what I suggested that may happen to these people. You know, there's not a driver shortage out here. We have an overabundance of illegal drivers. We don't need them. There's no need for them. You know, you either can read or you can't. You either have a place to stay or you don't. If you ain't got a place to stay and you don't speak the English, bye-bye. So long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen. You know, there you go. There was there in Texas, there was a story about a woman who was suing the federal government over plans for her being deported. Apparently, she was a DACA designated person,
mm-hmm.
and she's got 3 kids. And the government says, nope, you got to go. And now she's mad and she's suing. Now, how long do these people have before they, you know, go in and apply for citizenship, these DACA recipients? I mean, I would think after the first kid, during that time, you'd go ahead and been on the ball to get her done. But no, she's got 3 kids. And I don't understand why these people think they're special and they don't have to go and apply. That it's just going to be given to them, like all these other idiots that are voting for the socialist. Oh, he's promising me all this
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Something for
Yeah,
nothing.
but someone's got to pay for it. Yeah. Hey, I see you're coming up close to the top of the yard. Did you want me to hold on?
Yeah, we got a couple minutes here.
Oh, okay. It's a 5, not a 6. Okay. So, anyways, I was called a very unbecoming name by
Are you with us? Are you with it? A rather unbecoming name by somebody. And I think he lost his signal there. Yes, he did. It's happened several times. Out there rolling through, where's he at? Utah, Arizona, I don't know. Yeah, there are still areas out there with not the best cell coverage. All right, so we'll get our news break. When we come back, after we cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast, other industry headlines, we'll get to Sasquatch going to be checking in. I think Heatwave may be trying to dial us back up, so maybe he'll be able to get back through once again as well. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Just kind of scouring, looking have we seen impact yet on the moon? I have not yet found anything definitive, but the time frame, I think the window has pretty much come and gone. Supposedly, it was supposed to like 2:30 a.m. Eastern time this morning. So, hey, we'll see if we can get more details on that as well. And the latest on right on the heels of the Cyclospora, the explosive diarrhea, those cases continue to spread. I guess we've got another outbreak kind of tied to some of the Chipotle restaurants. Oh, boy. Add that to the list. More details coming up next hour. First, news, a service of Industrial Injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, and complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says a new round of talks with Iran is Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after denying talks were underway, while saying negotiations are focused on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee has announced an investigation into Ohio Congressman Max Miller. The Massachusetts Senate race fuels Democratic leadership debate.
A Massachusetts Senate primary is spotlighting a broader debate over Democratic leadership. Congressman Seth Moulton says if elected, he would not support Senator Chuck Schumer for Senate Democratic leader, arguing the party needs new direction. Incumbent Senator Ed Mackey also called for a broader discussion about Senate leadership as Democrats continue debating the party's future ahead of the November elections. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
The world's maps have a new name to update. The South Pacific island, formerly known as Nauru, is now officially called Nauetro, after its parliament unanimously approved the name change to better reflect the nation's native language and cultural identity.
Leaders say the move is part of a broader effort to reclaim the nation's heritage and move away from colonial-era influences, which altered the original pronunciation of its name. The island nation has roughly 11,000 people. It's the world's second smallest UN member by both land area and population. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street set some records today.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points, the S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani is sidestepping questions on the future of crackdowns on illegal cannabis shops.
The mayor was asked if the newly appointed city sheriff will continue raids that began under the previous sheriff.
I think we're going to see a different direction when it comes to the kind of leadership that this new sheriff is going to bring.
Former Sheriff Anthony Miranda led the so-called Padlock to Protect program under then-Mayor Eric Adams. The operation allowed for police to raid unlicensed shops selling THC products without a warrant. Then in May, Mamdani announced Miranda would be replaced with NYPD whistleblower Edwin Raymond. Part of Raymond's duties include enforcing laws related to unlicensed cannabis shops. In New York, I'm Lizzie Radabali.
A new poll of black voters in Texas shows strong support for Democrat James Tallarico after his primary win over Jasmine Crockett.
Almost 9 out of 10 plan to vote for James Tallarico in the fall.
Pollster Mark Jones says Tallarico will need that support and more to defeat Republican Ken Paxton, calling that race a challenge. The murder trial of Dwayne Davis, the man accused of orchestrating Tupac Shakur's 1996 murder, begins next week in Las Vegas. Prosecutors have listed more than 200 potential witnesses. Davis faces life in prison without the possibility of parole if convicted. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gas is $4.08. The highest average is found in Mono County, California at $6.81, while Floyd County, Indiana is down to $3.21. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock truck injector cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, there we go for our friends on the West Coast. Welcome, welcome into Hump Day. All right, real quick, let's see if we can finish up with Senor Heatwave here. Just out in the middle of nowhere.
No, actually, I'm over here in Bloomfield, New Mexico, now into Farmington, and there's a little spot there that just has absolutely no service, and then as soon as it breaks, it comes back. So, yeah, it's a damn mess. So, anyways, I was called an unflattering name after I was explained that, as the songs go, sha-na-na-na, hey, goodbye. Someone said I was just a very unmentionable, rude name. And I said, you know what? They had plenty of time. And if they can't do it in the time that they had, they need to go. Put that in your crack pipe and smoke it. They always yell and scream, "Viva Mexico!" But they never yell, "Vivo en Mexico!" So what's the problem? Why don't they want to go back? So the pictures of Elephant Butte Lake that, goodness, I'll be all right. That Buckeye Boy was talking about was the ones I had posted on my page and on your page. It's down to 2% of the total capacity of what that lake can hold. So yeah, they have to shut the boat ramps down because can't get a boat. And if you did, the hell would you go? It's nothing but a bunch of stock tanks now.
Wow.
I mean, it has really been bad. And so far this year, the rains have not come like they normally do. And the Rio Grande is running dry right now. The only thing that's running is the irrigation ditches alongside of it. And it's just it's bad news all around. So whenever this damn super El Nino kicks in, if it's already kicked in, well, it's not doing us any damn favors. I'll tell you that much right now. So, anyways, I had a nice conversation with my sister via my birth mother. First, it was a text over the weekend, and then earlier today or yesterday evening, I had called and talked to her. Her son is in his last 1,000 miles of training with Prime Inc. And she was worried about him and was wanting if I could give him some advice on driving and whatnot. And so I called him up and we chatted, and he seems to be really pleased with the company, which I thought was good. But he wants to go lease with the lease program.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, we had been talking about how Prime had been subject to government investigations about their program. And I told him, I said, be a company driver. Get to know the business before you start making the big leap. Because you need money to make sure that you got, for the downtimes. And then he was asking about, what about when he takes time off? I said, you'll have to ask them. some companies will say, hey, if you're taking time off, the payments will, you don't worry about the payment. We'll continue the payment when you get back. But he just does not have the concept that you need to have money to fall on for maintenance, fuel, whatever else is out there. And that's the reason why I'm comfortable being a company driver. I'll let them worry about the maintenance. I'll let them worry about purchasing a new vehicle, and I'll worry about them, let them worry about taking the taxes out of my checks. I just, for some people, that's what they want to do, and more power to them. I just don't see me doing in a lease or an owner-operator position. I just know me. It's not very good. So, anyways, I guess that's about it. So he's got 1,000 miles to go, and then he's on his own. And my stepchildren's father, he's also doing a Prime Inc., and he's with him, and he's doing his training. And I don't know how far along he is, because apparently they told him he can't talk to nobody. And I thought, well, that's a crock of you-know-what. So, hey, I want to give a shout-out to an Estes driver that I met Friday night before I got my butt in a sling with a broke-down truck. I was walking down getting my paperwork, and I was talking to somebody, and he says, hey. I said, yeah? He says, you're the heat wave, aren't you? Yeah. Yes, I am. And he says, I listened to Steve's show, and you had a friend of mine you was talking to, and he said he told me about you, and I listened to the show, and I hear you on there, so I want to give a shout-out to Curtis. So, Curtis, you out there? You got the shout-out from the heat wave tonight. So, other than that, I guess I'll let you go. You have yourself a wonderful morning, and we'll do this again tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, so, hey, it's a small world after all, right? As the song says. Billy, morning, Steve, in the overnight drive, 75 with clear skies. Happy hump day to all the listeners out there. James chiming in, the Michigan primary. The nut job. Yeah, he said if this nut job wins the nomination, he'll probably hand the Republicans victory in November. That was kind of like Grump's sentiment, that there has to be enough sensible folks still in Michigan. I guess we can only hope and pray. Mark on board. Morning, Steve. The sun's up over here, slightly cloudy. He's in the UK. Love the show, Steve. Just booked my flight for the USA for the best week of the year for me. That would be Mid-America Truck Show 2027. So coming back for round number 2. All right. Yeah, we'll look forward to that. Robert, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. A little smoky here in the Seattle area this morning. Okay, Sasquatch checking in here. What do you say, Sasquatch? Good morning.
Good morning. How are you this morning? Very interesting show today about a lot of different stuff, which is actually very fantastic. I like that. I think we need to stand up a little bit more for ourselves. Now, I have a question for you. Do you think we as a country, generation, has gotten weak as far as where 20 years ago we would stand up, may not exactly agree with one or two objects or ideas about someone, but if they had, we would stand together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then because of that, because we don't stand together like we used to, far between, And is that why this next generation, the me generation, the younger, even younger than that, have got to the point to where, because we wasn't allowed to correct, we wasn't allowed to do anything to teach these children the common decency of the word respect. Can we blame ourselves for that? Can we blame ourselves for the people that we elected that created the rules and the laws and all the other stuff? If you spanked your kid, you might get a visit from Tiffany, the Child Protection Service lady. Okay, I using that from personal experience, but yeah, have we gotten that weak? Now, I'm not saying that we are, because if you listen to all your callers, all the people that send you messages from all over the country, we're not. But
I guess my take would be it's not 100%. It's not across the board, but yeah, I guess I could use the term the wussification of America. There are many of the up and coming generation that, yes,
I think we should have, and now as far as the immigration, I think I think we got a little bit too big for our britches. We didn't stop and use our brains. We didn't stop and we let people find the loopholes in our government. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the old statutes of if you were, if your children were born here, that's from what, 1700s, 1800s, somewhere in there, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Old, and why are we forgetting these things? Why are we not? Yeah, hang on a minute. I love construction. Why are we getting that way? Why are we letting these foreign entities do what they're doing? I get it. My ancestors are from Germany, and they come in and they had to adhere to that. And that was in 1860. And they come in at Ellis Island. What have we forgot? What have we forgot as a country? Are people not learning from history, learning from just reading? Where did all that go? Is it, if we got to the electronic generation to where people have forgot the humanity part of what makes this country is what it is? Have we forgotten that everybody's human? Have we forgot the common decency of being polite, whether you want to or not? Now, I'm not saying be polite and let people walk all over top of you, because I think we've had too much of that for a lot of years. But where is this coming from? I don't know, a couple of callers back, I really liked the way he talked about we need to stand our ground and put people where they belong. This country is a melting pot, but it didn't get the way it is by people taking their third world thoughts or beliefs and trying to push it down everybody's throat
to bring it here. And there's that the faction out there that you mentioned Ellis Island. So many have lost. There's no longer a difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration for so many of those people. They have that open border, open arms mentality that come one, come all. We're a melting pot. Hey, like you said, all of our ancestors came from somewhere, but they didn't come in here looking to make this country like the country they came from. They came here to be a part of the great American dream.
Yes. And if you look, and just because I've been paying attention to it and doing some stuff, they brought some of the ideas from Germany, then England, and that's fine. And they brought it and they whatever those might have been, they stuck to those. But at the end of the day, they come here, stay better or get better than where you come from a third world country. But yet, I'm wrong. I'm a racist or any kind of words that I can't use on the radio because I don't like the fact that you're trying to shove this down my throat and I speak my opinion. You get mad. You go to HR or you go to your local government, and because your feelings got hurt because you don't like the way I think. But I'm supposed to like what you think and what you want to bring. No. If we can't do it together and can't work together, sorry, something's going to have to go.
It's because everything you disagree on, Sasquatch, means you have a phobia of something. You're this kind of phobe or that kind of phobe. You're Islamophobe. You're homophobe. You're this phobe. You're that phobe.
Yeah.
Everything because you don't agree.
Right.
Exactly.
And I'm all about. I'm like I've said before. I'm all about people coming into this country and being a part of it. I have a very dear friend that he's from Turkey. He did it right. He started cleaning. When he come here from Turkey, okay, he was cleaning airplanes in Chicago for $9 an hour. He works for another LTL company, but from Turkey. He did it right. Why can't everybody else do that? Do it right and we don't have a problem. But yet we take a president that says, hey, yeah, we got to do this right or you got to go home. But everybody wants to hate him. I get it. He's not perfect. But why does everybody hate that man so much? Do they forget? I mean, I don't mean to get off on Trump a whole lot,
right,
but if they forgot that he doesn't take a paycheck for that job, if they forgot that, he's doing it pretty much basically for free. Yeah, is he probably making some money with his family and his kids off the stock market? Sure.
They all are.
But you and I and every other person in this country has the right to try to do the same thing. If I want to go play the stock market, I can go play the stock market and maybe make a few bucks off of it. But he's doing it for free. That's what, $500,000 a year?
Close to it, yes.
Yeah, I think his income is like 490 some thousand is what.
Right.
Yeah, what's he doing with that?
He's donating it to charities.
Right. So, okay. Now, I know legally I don't think, but I'm back on this we got to do something with our country. We need people that will stand up and stand for what's right. And it seems to be it's more east of the Mississippi region to where the immigration problems are. Like I spent 15 days in Wyoming last summer. Not a whole lot of people. Just out there, I guess you could say red-blooded Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've seen some immigrants, tourists, but it just seems like it's back on, like it hasn't filtered from the Mississippi to there, but California, yeah, they're all over out
Yeah,
there.
all across the southern border, across the board.
Right.
Then all your big cities. They all, they're heading in. Well, especially your sanctuaries. Yeah, I guarantee you, Denver would be a whole lot different than what you saw in Wyoming. The sanctuary policies.
Oh, yeah, Cheyenne was a little different. Yeah. But no, we can talk on overnight radio. We can all do all the different things. We can all stand here, and as an old adage that my grandpa taught me, we can all run out to the end of their chain and bark, and still not. But we need to do more. We need to stand together. We got too many people that are running out the end of their chain and barking. And we need to stand up. We need to stand up for what we believe and stand together. From me to the guy that's out in Arizona to wherever else, I'll stand with them anywhere, anytime. Because we're forgetting that there's only one world that we got to share, and we can't keep, as the old saying goes, you can't crap where you eat.
Right. and so much. This newer trying to change the history books, and change history, the reality of history. How much actual history, I wonder, about this country is taught in the schools, the middle schools, high schools? I have a sneaky suspicion they're not learning a whole heck of a lot. Sasquatch, hey, great to hear from you. We got to get a news break. Coming up, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more. Fuel injection, turbochargers, and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. As always, learn more at industrialinjection.com. It's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A deal to reopen the Strait of Hormuz could be near as mediators from Qatar, Pakistan, and Oman coordinate talks between Washington and Tehran.
The conversation and negotiation that we are involved in between Oman and Iran.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the administration remains optimistic after President Trump called negotiations Iran's last chance. More than 20 Democrat-led states are asking the Supreme Court to block the Trump administration's proposed limits on mail-in ballots. The states argue the changes come too close to the midterm elections, while the administration seeks new federal oversight of mail voting.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points. The S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, And MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit. With a threaded Torque Lock design, these cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud? Always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. Want to advertise your brand on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive and help grow your business through one of the hottest radio shows and podcasts in America? We would love to hear from you. Rates have never been better to put your brand on our show, or maybe you just want to kick the tires. Email us at ssod@hotshotsecret.com and take the first steps towards taking your brand to the next level through advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, the latest updates able to come across from the scientific community. Says we're waiting for pictures of the impact on the moon and the crater it would have left behind. None of the spacecraft orbiting the moon, apparently, were in a position to catch it live. So the first job for scientists is simply comparing before and after pictures of the surface to spot the new scar, a process that itself takes time to plan and execute, apparently. South Korea's Denari orbiter had the best chance of catching something close to real time, having passed near the impact site shortly beforehand. But its team has told Korea's news outlets that any footage would only be released once analysis by research institutes is complete. There's no fixed date given. Meanwhile, NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter will be in position to photograph the site over the coming days. Meanwhile, ground telescopes, where it was still dark, had the best shot at catching what would have been maybe a brief flash and dust plume, but turning some of those raw detections into confirmed, cleaned-up images typically takes hours and sometimes days as scientists check the data for accuracy. Now, the next step, they said, the big payoff is probably going to be in about a week's time, according to one astronomer. Dr. Matt Bothwell with the University of Cambridge tells BBC News when a lunar orbital satellite will pass the crash site, and scientists will be able to create before and after pictures. He adds that the collision is a nice little neat experiment on the moon. But he did say space is becoming more and more crowded with space debris, human-made objects. It could feasibly be, within a few decades, actually hard to get past Earth's orbit because it's so crowded. It's called space debris. We should absolutely worry about that. Me and Philip have talked about that numerous times in recent days. Well, let's see here. Shall we make it official?
Yeah, I guess that would be a good thing to do on a day like today. So I guess we can start out with, hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Well, how about Hump Day? Hey, our first Hump Day in the month of August?
Yeah. It's getting to be the winding down side of the summertime here, Your Honor. Pretty quick, you're going to have to start putting that solar cover on that cement pond of yours to keep some heat in.
It won't be long, yes.
Yeah, so, and the grandkids all looking forward to starting back up in school here pretty quick?
I think the 18th, I believe, Rowan said, 18th. Shoot. So, yeah, they ain't got but a couple weeks left.
Boy, I tell you, that summer vacation seems smaller and smaller every year, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Unlike what Maverick has to say when you hang around with him. Do you remember what Maverick says?
Yeah, this thing keeps getting bigger and bigger every year.
That's right. Oh, my. Anyway, but I can't believe it's going to take so long to have an image out there, Your Honor. I mean, what about this AI thing? Hey, do you know that AI is 2 words?
Thank you, Kamala.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I mean, hasn't AI figured out how to clean up all these photographs like immediately? You could compare one to what the other one was, and be able to have instantaneous. You'd almost think it'd be instantaneous of what you'd be getting out of AI.
That would be my line of thinking. I think the big telescopes, the professional telescopes. I mean, realistically, I was just thinking you're trying to zoom in on the moon to an area. If it said something like what, a 60 foot crater. Now that's okay. I mean, you're trying to zoom into something like less than the size of a football field, essentially.
Yeah. It's kind of like looking at a pinpoint out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking from here, I guess. But take a look at what those satellites do that are up there circling us, and what they do for images. I mean, can't they just about read license plates?
I've been hearing that for years. That's what they say. Yes.
Yeah. So. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just a truck driver. What would I know? I just have time to think and ask questions there, right? You're under question what goes on out here in the world. But anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot going on. I guess we must have some clouds rolling through here because I just had sprinkle drops fall on the windshield. It was dry when I left the house, and I just got some sprinkle drops. So I guess there's might be some clouds out there that could have some holes poked in and let some moisture out. But I haven't really seen anything for a forecast. I don't know. Never even turned the TV on after I got home yesterday. So really knowing what's going on in the outside world, I missed it yesterday. So so speaking of the outside world, have they found Mitch McConnell yet? Has he come out of wherever he was? Have they allowed,
to date, he has not come out of his shell.
Okay. So what are we up to? Like 2 months that he's been missing now?
Getting close here. About 9 days. June 14th. Yeah, but we have passed that supposed deadline where if he does not resurface, too late now to hold a special election.
Oh, did we pulled that off? Did we? So that that's nice.
Yep, that was like Monday night was the end, August 3rd. So now we're into the 5th day of August. My speculation was that he might surface or have a setback, as they say, maybe sometime toward the end of the week. Yeah. You think?
Probably more than likely. There's just something will be, he'll have a relapse of some sort and have to go back in for more rehab or some other treatment, or have to go to a retreat somewhere to rest and recover. Maybe he's going to take one of them 129-day cruise around the world things. One of them popped up on my phone the other day there. 129 days around the world. It starts out, I think, at Barcelona, Spain.
Yeah.
And goes out and goes across to the Bahamas and then down around the southern part of South America and then over to Easter Island and Sydney, Australia. Skips New Zealand altogether, so I don't know what happened with that. Then up to like Korea and then around the Indian Ocean and over to the east side of Africa and back around Africa and all the way down around the bottom of Africa and then back up to Barcelona, Spain. 129 days.
Did they happen to have a price tag on that, Horse Feathers?
I think that one was pretty reasonable. I don't remember offhand, but it was not an astronomical. It wasn't like in the hundreds of thousands like you'd think it would be. It was a smaller. It was only like five digits instead of 6.
Okay.
But can you imagine being on a boat for 129 days, Your Honor?
No, sir. No, I mean we've done the 10-day. The 9 days. 10 nights, 9 days, whatever. Yeah. So by the time you're end of the you're usually saying I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go home.
Yeah. Now that first one we did in 19 on the Magic, which was Cindy and mine's first cruise. Not only with you, but our first cruise.
Mm-hmm.
We got done with that back to Fort Lauderdale. I could have stepped right off that boat and stepped right back onto another one for, the same amount of time again. We had a good time. It was enjoyable. I liked being out there and thought that there was, more we could have done, if we had more time and a few more days at sea and a few other ports to go to. I would have enjoyed another 8 days, but I think 6.
The more I think about it, it's normally by the end, it's like, my wallet's about empty, and I'm like, I got to get out of here.
Oh, yeah. No, you have to evacuate. It's not that you want to go. You have to evacuate to get back to real life and remember what reality is.
Yeah.
But anyways, now that's about all we got going for you there. So we're going to get out here and see if we can do our thing today. Got a local job that's only about 20 minutes from the office, so we'll go do that. And I'll tell you, this is kind of almost feels like a retirement job here, Your Honor. It's a little more physical work, but maybe a little physical activity is not bad at my age at this point. We're now a couple of years behind you, so trying to keep our muscular cardiovascular system in better shape here. So we're doing a little more physical work, but it's nice not having to run the 400, 500, 600 miles every day or every night there to get home and fight with the all the Philadelphia, Washington, Baltimore. We still do some Baltimore and towards Philly some, but and down into Virginia, and then trying to get back in the morning to try to get a little bit of rest to go out and do it all over again. And the Monday through Friday schedule, I tell you, why didn't you tell me about this Monday through Friday thing before? There's this thing out here called weekends. Did you know about these weekend things?
I've been telling you for years, and Captain Ron tried to tell you. And, you're always looking forward to the greatest day of the week after the weekend,
I tell you that there's these 2 days thing called Saturday and Sunday that I never realized existed there. They were just normal work days. I didn't know nothing about that. So, it's kind of strange and interesting enjoying them now. So, but anyways, hey, we'll quit making nonsense there and let you go out and do some due diligence, and everybody have a good day, be safe, and be back here to listen to Steve. And if you do listen to Steve, tell somebody else to listen to Steve, and maybe even call in. What's that number? Is that 844-844-3388?
That is affirmative. Thank you so much for making it official. Hump Day. There you go. Thank you, Horse Feathers.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road, so when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones, so you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out blueparrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
All right, hang in there. Coming up, we'll see what Eagle has on his mind. Silver Bullet first. Martin's Silver Bullet, what's happening?
Morning, Steve-O. Number one, with McConnell, does he have any advisors, kind of like Trump has, to you know what I'm trying to say? I think this was planned, not to say anything, so that way the deadline passed, that way there would not be a special election and make him kind of kick him out, sort of. I think it was a planned deal. What do you think?
I mean, the conspiracy theories, I mean, I'm almost more inclined to feel that he's totally incapacitated to the point where, he can't speak. It may be, I don't know if he's in a coma. I don't know. He may be deceased or living on machines, possibly.
I don't know.
There's no reason to not have some sort of a way to confirm more than just those still photographs that everybody says artificial intelligence could generate those, especially that first one where they tried to have that day's edition of USA Today sitting there in front of him. That's just, kind of making it blatantly obvious that it was staged.
Right. Okay. And then to go back to what Sasquatch was talking about. Oh, you got the teachers union, right? Is that? I know that's what elementary and high school is. That are they the same teachers union as the universities, colleges and universities? Are they in the same teachers union, or is it a different?
Boy, that's not enough. I'm not up to speed on that enough to know.
Yeah, I don't know either. But anyway, that's where the Sasquatch was talking about. That's where it started because they have indoctrinated all these kids over the years that we're bad and everything like that. And that's what it's like AOC. She was going to college and bartending, but they were teaching her all this stuff that she believes in, which is silly and stupid all the way around,
Mm-hmm.
But, they want to get rid of ICE. They want to get rid of the Senate. They want the dictatorship,
open border,
the communism. It goes on and on and on. They want to get rid of capitalism. That's capitalism keeps this country running. So I think that's where it starts from, is the teachers union and teaching the kids. And like you were saying, I don't know how much history they teach. Now, in the 80s, when I grew up in high school, we got taught history. Now, I don't remember a whole lot of it, but we did get taught history,
Absolutely. Yes.
And horse feathers. Horse feathers. You grew up in the 80s. You remember Loverboy? Everybody's working for the weekend?
What? Yes, sir. You got it.
Right? I don't know how Eagle feels about it, but John Cornyn better step his game up, because Sillarico in Texas, I'm from Texas too. I live about 3.5 hours north of Eagle, straight north of Eagle. John Cornyn better take it serious, because Sillarico is not. He's pulling. He's a little bit ahead, I think, of Cornyn right now. Or the last poll I saw, which is I think a couple of days old, and I think that was on Jesse Waters.
Well, don't forget Cornyn lost in the primary to.
Oh no. Okay, no. Who was it?
Paxton. Ken Paxton.
Paxton.
Yes.
Yeah. That's Paxton. I'm sorry, wrong guy. But he better not mess around. And they were telling you on your news about they've got what was it? Some kind of a survey that 9 out of 10 blacks in Texas is going to vote for this Sillarico. I know that's not his name, but and talking about the other things, it's just like everybody from California is migrating out. Well, I don't remember because I was too young, but I don't know if Austin used to be red. But all these people are moving to Austin. A lot of them from California are moving to Austin, and they have turned Austin blue. With all these silly ideals and everything like that. And it's happening in Dallas, San Antonio, Houston. It's all the same. That's your big cities. I don't know about El Paso. I'm not sure on El Paso or not. But when you see these elections and you see the individual counties, you can tell where that county's located to what city is right there. And it's the DFW area, Austin, a little bit of San Antonio, and over in Harris County in Houston. It's all blue. And I don't understand why that, yes, Texas is still red, But they're like, oh, we're going to turn this state purple. We're going to turn this state. No, I don't think so. There's too many common sense people that's got good head on their shoulders. And because, like you said, that one caller said, there ain't nothing free. Somebody's got to pay for it, whether it be us or what. Somebody's going to pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing free.
I know when you're looking back a couple weeks ago, maybe a week or so ago, when they were saying the Hispanic vote. Trump took like 55% of the Hispanic vote in Texas for his second term presidential race, but they said Tallarico was polling at like 61% to 29% to Paxton on the Hispanic vote there, and there's a large Hispanic vote there in Texas.
Yes, definitely South Texas. No doubt about it. Definitely South Texas. So I don't quite understand. Paxton needs to get some ads out. Now I don't know because I'm not home, but he needs to get some ads out trying to break this guy of what he's planning on doing or wants to do. He's just as bad as Jasmine Crockett. Now, that lady, all she done was run her down. She's just as bad as AOC. Run her mouth and just babbled about absolutely nothing. I mean, just nothing. And yes, like that one caller said, I think maybe Trump. They don't want to debate nobody because they don't have no facts to debate nobody with.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have anything to back their story up. If you're talking to somebody and you're telling them this and this and this, well, Steve, you would not tell them that if you didn't have the facts to back your story up. You wouldn't be doing that because now you've got facts to back your side up. They don't have no facts to back their side up at all. So that, and we are being transformed just like the teachers union has done. That's exactly what's happening to this country. It's slowly transforming. And I have a feeling I might not be around, but I have a feeling it's going to change someday, but we won't be around more likely.
You mean come full circle, back to the reality, or we got to pause there. Final hour coming up.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Ready to beat the heat this summer? Keep your long haul, short haul, off-road adventure, or just stay cool while on site with Be Cool. Designed with on or off-the-road vehicles in mind, Be Cool offers you DC-powered cooling, low-voltage protection, easy installation, and more. Beat the heat with Be Cool. It's the cooler way to go. With air conditioners for semi-trucks starting at $888. Get yours today. Visit b-coolaircon.com or call 778-590-5000. That's 778-590-5000. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com. Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours,
Check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says new talks with Iran are Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after officials denied talks are underway, while saying negotiations focus on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee is investigating Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller after allegations of abuse from his ex-wife, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats. Miller denies any wrongdoing and says he sought the investigation. The first deaths linked to the cyclosporiasis outbreak have been reported in Michigan.
State officials said the two people who died after contracting the illness had significant underlying health conditions which may have been impacted by cyclosporiasis and dehydration. The outbreak of the illness in Michigan and 9 other states has been linked to lettuce from Taylor Farms served at Taco Bell. Cases are reported in 45 states. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new online platform allows Capitol staff to rate lawmakers.
A new online platform is giving verified congressional staffers a place to anonymously review the offices where they work. Called The Scoop, the service verifies employment before publishing feedback, aiming to highlight workplace culture while reducing false or politically motivated claims. Its founder says the goal is greater transparency and encouraging healthier work environments on Capitol Hill. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points. The S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The tax on ice is on president, 700% increase. So they're wearing masks to help give them some sort of protection.
A federal judge is temporarily blocking New York from enforcing laws requiring federal immigration agents to remove face coverings and show identification. The judge ruled states cannot set federal enforcement policies. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says her office is reviewing legal options. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says they arrested a man at Trump's golf course in L.A.
A man carrying hollow point ammunition was arrested at the Trump National Golf Club over the weekend in Rancho Palo Verdes ahead of President Trump's arrival. Los Angeles County sheriffs arrested the man Saturday. He was allegedly taking photos and appearing to monitor security at the club. A search of his home revealed more guns, body armor, and some concerning statements in notebooks, officials said. The announcement of the arrest came Tuesday, hours before Trump was scheduled to speak at the club. I'm Rich Cassone.
Community members in New Jersey are rallying around the family of a man who died while being detained by ICE.
The daughter of 41-year-old Edwin Lopez Cornejo spoke during the protest at Highland Park.
There should be justice for all. No one here is illegal. Everyone here should feel welcomed, not seen as criminals.
Lopez Cornejo died of a medical emergency on August 1st, and the exact cause of death remains under investigation. The DHS maintains Lopez Cornejo received proper medical care while in custody. Protesters are calling for Delaney Hall in Newark to be shut down, and they are pushing for the release of all detainees. I'm Lizzie Radabali.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
One last round, as in one more hour. Hey, midweek coming our way. We'd like to call it Hump Day. Trust your week's going well. Yeah, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. Let me quickly get back, finish up with Silver Bullet there. Thanks for hanging in there.
I had two more things, Steve. With Trump on your newscast, okay, yes, we know that they want to talk. Of course, Iran saying, no, we're not talking. How long, I haven't heard, how long is Trump going to give them before as he called it, decapitation?
How much time? I haven't seen, in this case, I haven't seen anything about, because we've already gone through this, though, how many times with, he gave him a deadline, 2 days, 2 weeks, 48 hours. I haven't seen anything about a deadline in this case.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe Eagle knows, but anyway. One more thing is the heat dome is on. I was out there in Henderson, going from Kingman to Henderson Monday morning to reload, and I got over to Boulder City. And whoo! 9 o'clock in the morning, it was already 102.
Wow.
At 9 o'clock in the morning. And then yesterday morning, I get up there to Evanston, Wyoming. Woo! It's a cold 42. I was cold this morning out there getting my diesel. Oh, man, it was cold up there this morning. Wow. 42, I go from 100 to 42 in less than 24. Man, that is a temperature change right there. Anyway, I'll let you get on with Eagle. I got to know what he's going to say, so have a good one. We'll call you later on.
All righty. Thank you, Silver Bullet. Appreciate you being with us there. Well, there you are. Eagle, what's happening?
Yeah, I appreciate Silver Bullet. He said he's from Texas. So I try to give everybody from Texas the benefit of the doubt, and he sounds like 100% Texas like me. So I respect what he got to say. Let me say that another day, Steve. Another war update. Listen, and like I said, I'm going by what they play during your break.
Mm-hmm.
See, here's what I see, Steve. I'm telling you what I see with Donald Trump, and I'm pretty sure a lot of things I say is always correct. It turns out to be correct whether you like it or not. Donald Trump, what I see of Donald Trump, and I guarantee you the Iranians see the same thing, is they see a loudmouth old man that doesn't back up what he says. You understand? He keeps talking about D-Day is going to be his last chance to negotiate. Guess what? 2 months from now, we'll still be hearing Donald Trump say this is their last chance to come to the negotiating table and make a deal with the United States. He's not going to do anything, just like he hasn't done anything for the last 6 or 7 months. And Iran, if I know that, I promise you, Iran knows this.
Well, I mean, you can't say
they're not scared of Donald Trump. What'd you say?
Well, you can't say he hasn't done anything because I mean, we have literally bombed the living you know what out of him, and I mean, they're saying reports are saying we've used up virtually all of our long range precision missiles here. I mean,
come on, Steve. You smarter than that. Listen, Steve. If you say United States is devastated, where they still continue to get these missiles? I'm seeing reports that they're still firing missiles off into neighboring countries, affecting U.S. military bases. Like I told you last night, Steve, Iran does not act like a country that's on their last leg. That a country that's down on their luck. That Donald Trump has the upper hand. They too cocky and arrogant to be affected the way Donald Trump claims that he's affecting these people. Like I told you before, first of all, and I told you this last week, and you can talk to any military expert, and the reason why I know these things is because I have family members that were in the military that tell me these things. Donald Trump is making, I told you this last week, making the biggest mistake you can make. When you got an enemy under fire, you don't stop firing until they give in. You don't fire, drop some missiles tonight. Say, okay, well, we did some serious damage last night. Maybe they'll come to them and go, no, you continue bombing them until they put that ink on that paper saying that they are no longer going to have nuclear weapons and that they're no longer going to continue to close the Strait of Hormuz. That's when you stop firing. You know, right now, Donald Trump is not firing not one missile into Iran. And guess what? Iran is reloading. And like I told you before, all they're doing is buying time. And you would think Donald Trump and the people that work for him would know that. They have no intention. Like I told you, I don't get tired of saying the same thing, Steve. How many times are we going to hear this deal where Donald Trump says negotiations going on, yet Iran says that they're not? Iran is playing Donald Trump for a fool and a sucker, just like everybody else is. The only reason that they are even talking about coming to the table is so Donald Trump will stop shooting missiles into Iran and call it. That's the oldest trick in the book. Anybody should be able to realize that. Donald Trump should be shooting missiles into Iran every night, 24 hours, 24/7, until we run out of missiles. That's what's going to happen. We'll shoot until we run out. What?
Oh,
What'd you say?
I didn't respond to that. I just kind of laughed at that one, Eagle. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like you seem to know more than everybody else. So there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes, Eagle, that we don't know. We don't know it.
I don't think I know more than everybody. I'm telling you what I can clearly see, what anybody with two eyes can see, Steve.
Well,
if there were negotiations
I've got two eyes. I've got two eyes.
Donald, let me say something. Didn't Donald Trump say over the weekend that they were close to making a deal with Iran to get the Strait open, and yet we're 3 days into the week, still no Strait open, still no deal being signed. There is no negotiations going on, and I'm not going to continue to go along with the lie. You and other people might continue, but I'm not, and I'm going to call it out for what it is. Until I see Iran's name on that contract saying that they are no longer going to have nuclear weapons, and the Strait is open. I don't care what they say. What'd you say?
All right, but Eagle, how many times have you said even if they sign it, you don't believe it? So it doesn't matter. I mean, they're going to sign something, but like you've said all along, you can't trust them. They're not going to abide by it.
No, you can't trust them, Steve. And that's the biggest predicament that we have right now. The Iranians' name on the contract means absolutely nothing. Less than 24 hours after they sign the contract, it wouldn't shock me if they're shooting missiles again. If they're breaking, they already shown that they're continuing their nuclear program. Like I said before, Donald Trump, he's in a bad position, a position I wouldn't want to be in at this point because there's only certain things that he can do at this point. But like I said before, these people, they have already clearly shown that they can't be trusted. And if they had this war's been going on 8 or 9 months, and I'm in Indiana right now, and we're damn near up to $6 a gallon, almost $6 a gallon for diesel fuel to operate these trucks. And I told you this months ago, and my mom died a few years ago. My mom would be in complete shock if she was driving down the interstate and saw $6 on a billboard because it was less than $1 when my mom died. And here's the thing that pisses me off about the whole deal is that these prices are going to continue to go up, and never in my lifetime Did I think? Did I ever think in my life that I would see $9 to $10 on a billboard in the United States of America for a tank for diesel or unleaded fuel? But there's a real strong possibility that we could see these type of prices in America. And like I said before, and I told you this, Steve, I try to support Donald Trump as much as I can. But this time I can't support it because he's handling this war the wrong way, and it's going in a very bad direction because things are not being done the way that it should be. I mean, whether he's getting bad advice, like some of your callers have said, I don't know. But Donald Trump needs to get some different advice on how to run this thing. And by the way, Steve, maybe you agree and maybe you don't. You don't make a deal with somebody by threatening them. By the way, you don't see that's one of the first mistakes Donald Trump is making is by saying that if they don't sign the deal, that D-Day is going to have this. You don't make a deal. You sit down at the table and talk to people like they're human beings to even try to make a deal. All you do when you threaten people is make them even more offended by you in the United States of America. You make them hate you even more. The more you threaten them, all he's doing is causing even more rift between the United States and Iran. And maybe Donald Trump will figure it out. But remember this about Donald Trump. Donald Trump was an actor, not a politician, and I thank you for taking my call.
All right, maybe you should finish running the negotiations there. You sit down with them like human beings. Yeah, they're not human beings. They're animals. That's the problem. They're not. Nonetheless, I do believe we have gone through a lot of inventory here. And the last thing you want to do is fire every missile till you're out. Because then every other adversary on the planet knows they can march right in and take you. Think before you speak. The Army has, this is the reporting, they've used up much of the stockpile of the highly accurate long-range missiles during this 5-month Iran conflict. And as I mentioned several times, don't forget how much of our inventory we were kind of loaning, supposedly. You know, we're taking our inventory, giving it to Ukraine with all the, back during the Biden administration and even still some more under Trump. Much of that was supposedly going to be replenished, maybe by others or paid for down the line. But there's no question we didn't have these incredible inventories. Now, they say the missiles are principally in the Army's surface-to-surface weapons, known as Army Tactical Missile Systems, ATACMS, as well as the Precision Strike Missiles, PRSMs. The United States has used virtually all of these weapons, according to several sources. Now, the degree to which the military is running out of ATACMS and precision strike missiles has not been previously reported. The long-range munitions, which cost more than $1 million each, an important part of the arsenal, which allows these accurate strikes from a safe distance. U.S.-supplied ATACMS have played a key role in the war in Ukraine, allowing Ukrainian forces to attack targets in Russia. The PRSM is a newer, more advanced generation that will eventually replace the ATACMS, which have a shorter range, though. But this dramatic rundown means President Trump may have to rely more on the riskier piloted bombing missions if we relaunch large-scale attacks. Now, they declined to say how many of each munition we had left. As the war drags on, the three familiar with the matter expressed concerns that the falling supplies could limit our ability to deter adversaries, as I just said, like Russia or China. A fourth person familiar with the matter said that while Central Command, which oversees forces in the Middle East, has nearly used up the land-based missiles that they had before the war began, they have been able to reload from U.S. military supplies elsewhere in the world. Now, the interview was under the condition of anonymity, so asked for comment on the stockpile data. The White House issued a statement from the president saying the U.S. had far more munitions than anyone in the world and more than we need. Our defense companies are at this moment making more munitions, in addition to expanding their plants and their equipment at record levels. Analysts agree that certain munitions, including artillery shells and several types of missiles, are being produced at record levels, but caution, supplies might fall short of what would be needed in the event of a prolonged war. Lockheed Martin, that makes the ATACMS and the PRSMs, along with the anti-ballistic missile, the THAAD system, didn't immediately respond to questions. Raytheon, meanwhile, which makes the Tomahawk missiles and Patriot interceptors, two important U.S. weapons, also did not respond. Responding to a request for comment, the chief Pentagon spokesperson, Sean Parnell, says, quote, America's military is the most powerful in the world. We have everything we need to execute at the time and place of the president's choosing. We've executed multiple successful operations while ensuring that the military possesses a deep arsenal of capabilities. All right, the supply figure have circulated inside the federal government over the last week during some of these tense conversations about how much longer we can continue striking without drawing down the stockpile to levels that would limit our ability to respond in the event of a crisis that could occur somewhere else. It's like I said, there's a lot of things behind the scenes we don't know, things in many cases we don't need to know. A lot of this would be only on a need-to-know basis.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Truckers spend lots of hours on the road. So when it comes to staying connected, you need a headset that works just as hard as you do. Blue Parrot is the #1 headset brand for professional drivers, and we've taken the quality you've come to expect from us and made it even better. Check out our newest headsets, the Pro B350 and Pro B450, offering you more hours of talk time, better voice control, extreme comfort, and industry-leading AI voice isolation microphones. So you can spend more time talking about the important things and less time repeating yourself. To get yours, check out BlueParrot.com. Blue Parrot, hear and be heard. It's time to step up your fuel filtration game. The AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel system doesn't just filter fuel like the others. It fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The AirDog removes contaminants, including particulates, water, air, and vapor, optimizing the pressure feed, providing your engine with the ultra-clean supply of fuel it needs for the quickest starts, smoothest idle, best fuel economy, and highest performance possible. Get started on the road to optimization today at airdogdiesel.com.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it, where we leave off there. Other industry headlines. Oh yeah, real quick before that, I shared several reports. Raytheon has made several announcements in recent weeks where they're I guess producing at max capacity, expanding facilities, and working on a lower price. I think that was on the ATACMS category. Nonetheless, though, I mean, these things, it's not like you're spitting them out hundreds at a time. I guess it's a very arduous process because they're saying, already it will take years. Well, unless they continue to ramp things up. But I guess what had been the current speed of production, it would take years to get the inventories back where they need to be. All right, so meanwhile, back to industry headlines. Landline reporting this past day, an apology is worth a lot, but is it worth $2.77 million? Hundreds of drivers will be splitting more than $2 million after a motor carrier settled their misclassification lawsuit with the New Jersey Department of Labor and Workforce Development. This is New Jersey and STG Logistics reaching a $2.77 million settlement to resolve the allegations that the shipping and logistics companies misclassified hundreds of truck drivers as independent contractors. Under the settlement, $2.22 million will be split among the truck drivers. The remaining $555,000 will go to the state. This resolves the first lawsuit filed under New Jersey's 2021 law that permits the state to file suit in New Jersey Superior Court against employers who have misclassified workers as independent contractors. The Attorney General said corporate wrongdoers cannot pad their profits by cutting corners and exploiting the workers who actually keep their businesses running. This will ensure that hundreds of workers will finally receive money that they're rightfully owed and should have been paid right from the start of their tenure as employees. Now, although STG filed for bankruptcy, the settlement amount is considered a priority under the bankruptcy code and the settlement agreement to ensure the truck drivers are compensated before other creditors. The investigation leading to the lawsuit started when STG Drayage was XPO Logistics Drayage. March of 2022, XPO sold their intermodal business to STG Logistics for more than $700 million. On top of taking over operations, including drivers working for XPO, STG also assumed the liability for XPO's past employment practices. The state filed this suit against STG December of 23. So I don't see anywhere how many drivers ultimately this is going to cover. Hundreds of drivers. I don't know, when you divide it all down, I don't know how much of a check they're going to get. Could be maybe a decent payday, though, right? News of service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions, from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says new talks with Iran are Tehran's last chance to reach a deal.
I want to give him every last chance before decapitation. Very tough to do what we have planned, still planned. We'll see what happens.
Trump called the Iranian regime unbelievably duplicitous after officials denied talks are underway, while saying negotiations focus on preventing Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon. The House Ethics Committee is investigating Ohio Republican Congressman Max Miller after allegations of abuse from his ex-wife, the daughter of Senator Bernie Moreno. Police reports obtained by ABC News detail accusations of physical abuse and threats. Miller denies any wrongdoing and says he sought the investigation. The first deaths linked to the cyclosporiasis outbreak have been reported in Michigan.
State officials said the two people who died after contracting the illness had significant underlying health conditions which may have been impacted by cyclosporiasis and dehydration. The outbreak of the illness in Michigan and 9 other states has been linked to lettuce from Taylor Farms served at Taco Bell. Cases are reported in 45 states. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
A new online platform allows Capitol staff to rate lawmakers.
A new online platform is giving verified congressional staffers a place to anonymously review the offices where they work. Called The Scoop, the service verifies employment before publishing feedback, aiming to highlight workplace culture while reducing false or politically motivated claims. Its founder says the goal is greater transparency and encouraging healthier work environments on Capitol Hill. Ron Warner, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average surged 907 points. The S&P 500 gained 136 points, and the Nasdaq climbed 671 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The tax on ice is on president, 700% increase. So they're wearing masks to help give them some sort of protection.
A federal judge is temporarily blocking New York from enforcing laws requiring federal immigration agents to remove face coverings and show identification. The judge ruled states cannot set federal enforcement policies. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says her office is reviewing legal options. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department says they arrested a man at Trump's golf course in L.A.
A man carrying hollow point ammunition was arrested at the Trump National Golf Club over the weekend in Rancho Palo Verdes ahead of President Trump's arrival. Los Angeles County sheriffs arrested the man Saturday. He was allegedly taking photos and appearing to monitor security at the club. A search of his home revealed more guns, body armor, and some concerning statements in notebooks, officials said. The announcement of the arrest came Tuesday, hours before Trump was scheduled to speak at the club. I'm Rich Cassone.
Community members in New Jersey are rallying around the family of a man who died while being detained by ICE.
The daughter of 41-year-old Edwin Lopez Cornejo spoke during the protest at Highland Park.
There should be justice for all. No one here is illegal. Everyone here should feel welcomed, not seen as criminals.
Lopez Cornejo died of a medical emergency on August 1st, and the exact cause of death remains under investigation. The DHS maintains Lopez Cornejo received proper medical care while in custody. Protesters are calling for Delaney Hall in Newark to be shut down, and they are pushing for the release of all detainees. I'm Lizzie Radabali.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, just ahead, more details. According to FreightWaves, Headline, truck capacity tightens as shippers pay more for less. Secondarily, transportation capacity falling. In the month of July, rates remain high. All right. Details, as I said, just ahead. First, let me get to, I believe, the Missouri Dragon joins us on a hump day.
Morning, Steve. Hey, this is just old country boy thinking here on a lot of this. I want to touch on the political part a little bit, but the news kind of opened up another can of worms for me. That cyclosporin dealie there, I've been on the GLP shot for a while, and a few weeks ago I had eaten at Taco Bell. Well, at first, this whole thing hadn't come out, and I had some belly sickness down in the lower belly, and so I just attributed it to that.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had been losing a pound or two a week, here and there, and some weeks I would be stagnant and I wouldn't lose. But the week that I think I got that, I lost 9 pounds.
Wow.
And it was continuously to the bathroom. I carried a bucket in the truck. I mean, because I had one incident where I couldn't even get to the bathroom, and I just went all over myself. So I put a bucket in here, and it was that bad. And, a couple nights ago or last night or whatever, you were talking about people wanting to do this or catch it so they could lose weight. Now, you'll lose the weight for sure.
Right.
'Cause I'm pretty sure I had it. But you don't want no part of that, brother.
Yeah, that ain't
nasty.
the way to lose it. Yes, that's what they're saying. I don't know who in their right mind would actually want to get something that leads to, as they say, explosive diarrhea. Good golly.
Oh, it was bad. But touching on another thing that just come up there, that 1099 deal in New Jersey there. When I started driving in the 80s, of course, your dad was on the radio, and you touched on something a couple nights ago about but you never had a poor person give you a job.
Right.
Well, I worked for a man, second over-the-road company I worked for down in southeast Missouri, and when he got into it, they started out hauling watermelons to the market in St. Louis. And then they got into hauling a few cross ties, green ones to St. Louis, and then it just continued to grow. So we're talking, and he had paid for the authority before it changed and gave big money for it. And he got into it, and he made a comment one time, and he was a poor man when they started.
Mm-hmm.
And he made a comment one time when the DOT come in on him. They didn't know crap from apple butter if they had a mouthful. And it was just a learning process. They got up to about 30 trucks and then had a couple of accidents, and they faded away in the 90s. Couple of the offspring have a few trucks now, but they're leased to some folks. But anyway, when I was there, they had went to starting to pay taxes. At first, they were 1099. Well, when the DOT come in on them that time, he told them, he said, he didn't have, everything he was supposed to have, and they gave him a chance to catch up, and he did. But he made the statement that, there's nobody rich around here, and as I've said before, down here in the Ozarks or down here, sometimes we can take a little less and make a lot out of it, and that's kind of what the deal was here. He made a lot of good moves, a lot of good decisions, and he thrived for a while. He passed away here, 5-6 months ago, but anyway, he told them people from DOT, said, man comes in here, and if he can do the job, and he's safe, and I know him, and he needs to feed his family, I'm going to do whatever I can to try to help that man and give him a job. Well, I'm sure that IRS come in and put the quietus to that for him, and then he figured out a way, he could write us a check for $125 a week back then and call that, basically it was per diem, he called it eating money or whatever. And then he didn't have to pay the taxes on the full amount, the Social Security taxes. And that's one of the problems I have, I have with the whole sharecropper trucking deal. That's kind of what I call this lease purchase thing, because these big companies get out of paying all that, they're part of that, all that Social Security by doing this. And, you know, sometimes a man just got to do what a man's got to do. And, you know, I worked 1099 being an independent contractor for a long time, but I have a truck. I've always had a truck since 95. And you just pay the taxes and go on, you know, and most of the time I ended up with a little less money. I tell people all the time, one truck, and I don't care to tell them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm home every weekend, and I want things to be like that. And so I take a little less money. And I tell people, I'll ask them where they're working. If it's a good company job, are you okay with the discipline and the rules and what home time you're getting? And I'll tell them, like, a good Walmart driver makes more clear money than I do. You know? It's just all what you want. And we can do this thing 1,000 different ways out here.
Right.
You know, and we all think our way's right. But it's right for us, and it works for us. You know? And segueing into the politic deal here with that, my wife was on vacation with me. We were on vacation here a few weeks ago, and we listened to the replay one day, and she said, how in the hell do you listen to some of these guys? I'm like, well, it's varied taste, and then if my views are close to theirs, I'm okay with it, you know, or if I think they've got an intelligent argument and a view. Now, here's the deal with Trump, I think. Who in the heck, and he keeps giving these people a chance, who in the heck wants to be that hardline guy that is compared to Hitler? And when you do Hitler-like things and you go in there, and what's going to probably have to happen with these people, you're going to have to kill a bunch of civilians. And ever since Vietnam, that has not, we've got all this on-time
rules of engagement
news and all that.
Well, yeah, and then they've got the rules of engagement and all that, which, you know, that I don't know if it's nearly as strict now as it was, you know, because my son said some of the rules they had when he was in Afghanistan was unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, and back to the thing about our callers, you know, or the callers on the show. I only call in once in a while, and I try to make it, you know, I've been wanting to call in a few days, but I really ain't had nothing to say that I thought was to take up the airtime that I thought was, you know, worth it.
Okay.
You know, my taste in who calls in is varied a little bit. I like to listen to Grump because he's well-versed in all this, but sometimes I think, how old is this guy to do everything he claims he's done? You know, and all that. But he's well-versed. He's well-read. He talks like he knows what he's doing, or talks about.
Mm-hmm.
He talks like he's been through it, and I buy into it. My favorite caller is Vic, because Vic goes on the history of what we've seen in the past. And the thing about Eagle, he's passionate, and he believes what he believes, but some of it I can't always go along with. I'm not drinking the Trump Kool-Aid. You know, I'm looking at it with a little bit like his eye of, you know, of you can't believe everything about it, you know, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But we've all got different tastes who calls in here, and the way they speak and the way they do, and it's always been an awesome show is what I'm trying to say. And but here's the thing, we close our minds when it goes so far, when it's like wacko or it's not what we believe. You know, I've heard you hang up on people because they're just wacko. They call in there and they start their call starts off something just crazy.
Yeah.
You know, and so what we look at is in a box. It's between here and there, and we close. And what happens with everyone? We close our minds. We don't want to look at the other side. And then it's human nature. Just like me. Growed up in a busted home and just had to fight for everything that you felt like you got, shuffled in and out of different families within the family. And then I became really militant and didn't like discipline. And that's what I believe our world is missing when it comes to human nature. Nobody is teaching their kids good morals and values, whether you're a Christian or not. Them 10 rules that were set down, they're good guys to live by. But we go through life and it's especially hard when we're young because we're passionate and as you get older, your mind opens and you tend to look at the other side and the other side's view. But I can only go so far. I can't watch CNN. I can't watch the real liberal wacko side of things. I've got to where I can't hardly watch Fox. So, but the thing with Trump, I think we're all still human. And I don't think he wants to be that guy painted with that brush. I think that he just keeps giving them every chance. But, it's just like what we've seen him do here in America with the immigration thing. I'm that guy that says they all need to go. They all broke the law when they stepped over that line. But I also think that we're not giving some of these people a chance. I think that we need some kind of vetting process. I'm good with if you're a criminal, you've done heinous acts, you need to go. But why not try to figure something out where some of these folks that are productive members of society that aren't causing trouble just want the American dream? Why aren't we vetting them people? Why aren't we giving them a chance more? And of course, it might be that it's not even being, because the other side of the coin, they don't want us to see everything. They want to keep us divided, And I think there's room for negotiation. They called Reagan, what was it, the great communicator. Him and Tip O'Neill, they reached across the line. They were friends when they wasn't having their political differences. They could talk. They could try to find the common ground. We've got to a point now where nobody can find common ground. We've got conservatives just as wacko as some of these socialists, and it seems like we're governing from the furthest ends of both parties or both views, and we've got to come together, or this thing will sink. It's
right,
and it may have went too far already, But that's just kind of a little bit of a old country boy's view of it.
You know what? And that's I appreciate you taking the time to dial us up here because that's. He felt like I didn't have anything worthy of saying. Yes, I mean. No denying. There's extreme on the right and there's extreme on the left. Yeah, there are some of those middle of the roads. But who's running the show? Real quick, let me jump over to Kim Commando's been sharing. Seems like a series of stories that kind of have the same pattern. Where a simple phone call is being able to get boatloads of information hacked from big companies around the country. Are you familiar with? Everybody knows what Brinks. You think Brinks of the armored vehicles. There's Brinks Home as well, which is one of the biggest names in home security. Alarms, cameras, 24/7 monitoring, the little yard sign. It tells you don't even think about it. Well, on August 3rd, the company confirmed burglars got in anyway, but not through a window. It was through the phone. On July 13, a crew called Shiny Hunters phoned Brinks employees and sweet-talked them through a fake login. That's the whole trick. No Hollywood hacking, just a convincing voice. Once inside, they took more than 4.9 million records, including 1.1 million customer contact files and 3.8 million support chat logs. Brinks caught it July 20, and this was a ransomware. They refused to pay, so the crooks dumped 41 gigabytes onto the dark web. Now, this same crew pulled an identical stunt on ADT back in April of this year. They voice phished one employee's sign-on, exposed 5.5 million people, then linked 11 gigabytes when ADT refused to pay. Yeah, that's what ADT's that was their third disclosed breach since 2024. And don't forget Wise. In 24, roughly 13,000 customers were shown camera thumbnails from other people's homes. About 1,500 tapped one. Before that, Wise left some 2.4 million customer records sitting online, open, including Wi-Fi network names. Yeah, this industry that sells us locks, keeping their own back door open, apparently, literally propped open. Now, they say what it is not, your alarm still works. Brinks says the crooks hit office systems, not the sensors on your doors or the cameras in the hallway. No social security or card numbers were in the pile. Those support chat logs, though, that's the real problem. Crooks now know what actual customers said to actual Brinks agents. That's everything they may need to sound legitimate. Your name, your setup, maybe that you had a billing hiccup back in March. So what you can anticipate are these polished calls, texts, and emails about maybe verifying your account, lapsed monitoring, or breach refunds. She said, treat every call or email from any security company as a fake call until proven real. Hang up, then dial the number on your bill. Never share a verification code with a caller. Real companies don't ask. That code is the burglary. Now watch for the refund con claiming that they owe you money if you'll confirm your card. That's the scam every time. Brinks or ADT customer, change your password, turn on your two-factor authentication ASAP. All right.
All eyes were on Fort Recovery, Ohio last weekend, and for good reason. 8 Grand National classes were scheduled to hit the track for 3 sessions of action over the course of 2 days. Coming to you from the NTPA headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. While everyone was expecting 3 sessions, only one got to finish every class due to Mother Nature. Opening the weekend on Friday was the Superstock Diesels, and that belonged to Kent Payne as he took the top 2 spots ahead of Kyle Holland, who finished up in 3rd. Moving on to the AP1 Insurance and Premier Crop Modified Minis, a big class of 18 made the trip, with Grant Theobald taking the win by edging out Dusty Price. Grant tugged the sled 351.7, which edged out Dusty's 351.3. Rounding out the podium was Adam Bauer with a pull of 348 aboard Iron Toy. One of my personal favorite classes are the 2-wheel drive trucks, and they were strong. After 22 trucks hooked, Russ Nichols took On the Edge 351, which was good enough for the win. Chase Richardson, Suffering Sanity, took 2nd with a pull of 348, ahead of Daniel Johnson holding down 3rd. The Superstock Diesel 4x4 truck saw Trip Hazley pilot the Rock Hard Ram to the top spot after going 343, which edged out Craig Dickey and Todd Dugan. The High Torque Super Farms had a tight class, with Stan Warda getting another win this season as he barely got past Dan Schulte and Greg Freeze. Fan favorites, the Dr. Preloaded Super Semis, always put on a show, and last weekend was no different. Pete Miller had the Pet Coon firing on all cylinders as he took the win after going 366. Joseph Barber took 2nd, and Doug Miller came in 3rd. Wrapping up the evening were the Unlimited Mods. Wayne Purser had Uncle Sam going to the top of the standings after getting all four Hemis to work perfectly together, as he had a very strong pull of 330. Adam Bauer took cross-threaded to second with a pull of 317, and rounding out the top three was Doug Theobald. As great as the polling was on Friday, everyone expected a great Saturday, and it started off just as everyone expected. The GMS Manufacturing and Machine Light Mods were fantastic. Luke Krozek had his tractor he calls Making Sense to the top spot with a pull of 342.9, just edging out Chase Richardson and tag team with his pull of 342 even. Chase Smith also finished up on the podium. Unfortunately, only the Light Mods were able to hook on Saturday as Mother Nature seemed that there was too much excitement and let the skies open up, canceling the rest of Session 2 and all of Session 3. Looking at the upcoming schedule of polls, it's another busy week. The Grand National Tour heads to Iowa for the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell. Starting Thursday evening, there are 5 sessions of polling over 3 days. So it's a weekend of truck and tractor polling. Making the trip will be the Superstock Opens, two-wheel drives, Superstock Diesel 4x4 trucks, modified minis, light mods, Pro Stock 4.1s, four-wheel drives, light Superstocks, Superstock Diesels, Super Farms, Pro Stocks, and semis. That's a lot of pollers making their way to Iowa, and you can watch every session on fullpoll.live. You can also catch polls this week in Cassonopolis, Michigan, Monroe, Michigan, Lisbon, Ohio, Eaton, Ohio, and Urbana, Ohio, with Region 2 hooking at all 5 events. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive can make a huge difference for your business.
This is Dean Michael, the tax doctor, and I just want to say advertising on Steve Sommers' show has been the best marketing avenue for my business, providing the best return on investment consistently over everything else I've tried. I've done it all from TV commercials, pay-per-click on Google, search engine optimization, social media, and publishing ads in major magazines, but none of them came even close to doing what Steve Sommers' show did for me.
If you're interested in advertising on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, drop us an email at ssod@hotshotsecret.com.
All righty, we'll kind of wind it down here. FreightWaves tells us shippers moved less freight and paid sharply more for it in the second quarter. According to the U.S. Bank Freight Payment Index released yesterday, the National Shipment Index fell 1.1% sequentially to 75.1. Capacity did the heavier lifting than fuel. DAT reported average spot rates of 302 a mile, up nearly 19%, closing the gap with contract rates at 306 a mile. The gap is now just 4 cents. Now, that was a 39-cent gap a year ago. The more important trend is trucking capacity continues to tighten after several years of excess capacity. All right, with that, all the time we have here, Wednesday, hump day. All right, believe it or not, we're going to come back here at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll kick off our Thirsty Thursday, or shall we say Friday Eve edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Hope you can join us then.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I